7, the Bicentennial Carbon Plan Integrated Resources Plan for the Duke Energy Companies. So we have a couple of issues to deal with before we start. Mr. Jarak, I have an order of witnesses updated. Is everyone agreed to this?
Yes, Chair Brawley, the list that we have provided, the order of witnesses for the next 2 days that we've provided to the commission has been agreed to by all parties. And again, once again, we appreciate the collaborative approach of all parties to developing this plan to accommodate various schedule conflicts. And we are prepared to proceed with that schedule today.
Okay, so when we finish this panel, we will then continue with a CCBA, a SIGFR, 2 CBAs, and a SACE et al., and then a couple of Duke Energy, and then we'll return to public staff.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, good enough. So at this point, we will resume the non-thermal panel with commissioners' questions. Good morning. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about Bad Creek. But the record, I think, is a little messy because most of what you said was in response to questions. What I would like for you to do is walk us through the public staff's decision to deem the Bad Creek 2 facility to be no longer in the public interest, given that its own modeling shows the system need for long duration energy storage.
Yeah, I can try to help explain that and make it clear for the record. And please, if you have questions, and I'm sure if I don't explain something clearly, please feel free to follow up on it. So to begin, I will say that Duke Energy, or Duke's own modeling, did not select Bad Creek as part of the NTAP.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we're going to pause. There's a difficulty with the system, and Mr. Downs is going to restart it. So we'll give him a moment off the record.
Computer's always restarting.
I'm going to say the gentleman's question's out of order. I think it's copy. Well, yeah, and I just got it too, and I don't. Well, when you find Mr. Hill, if you would proceed with your explanation.
Yes, thank you. So as I was saying, Duke Energy's NTAP modeling did not select Bad Creek 2. It was actually not even included as a selectable resource in their base portfolio or in their NTAP. The only time it was selected is when they forced it into the model for the Bag Creek 2 availability sensitivity. Some of the reasons for why we deemed it to no longer be in the public interest. In previous iterations of the CPIRP, there were greater PVRR benefits than we are seeing in this iteration of the CPIRP. There is, as I discussed yesterday with Mr. Somolovsky, there is declining utilization factor for projected use of Bag Creek 2. Further, there's cost uncertainty with Bag Creek 2. We currently have an estimate of $8.8 billion, and that could increase. It's a long lead time resource. As I stated yesterday, there's 14 years until the project would be completed if Duke proceeds with it. And there is large range of opportunities for the cost to increase over that time period. Give me one moment, see if I'm anything else. Two other items I would like to note. First of all, Bag Creek and Bag Creek 2 as well are net loads on the system. Yes, it provides capacity and energy when needed. However, there's a round trip efficiency associated with Bag Creek 2. You get about 80% subject to check of the energy that you put into Bag Creek back out on the system. And then finally, I will add, as Dr. Weaver helped me remember, we don't we're not recommending against Bag Creek 2. If Duke still analyzes it and finds that they still need it on their system, then they can proceed with it. In this case, they asked for regulatory assurance for continued development costs of Bag Creek 2, and that is more specifically what we are disagreeing with, and disagreeing that that is in the public interest.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I have. Are there questions from Senator McKissick?
I'll just follow up on Bag Creek too. When we were doing the last CPIRP, I mean, at that point in time, the public staff, Duke, everyone recommended in favor of Bag Creek too. And I gather from, I think it was Witness Glick yesterday, indicated in terms of costs that have changed, the estimates have changed only about 6% or so. Now, I know from your testimony, you're showing that with a class 4 estimate, that it could range from, I guess, 6.2 to $13.2 billion at this point in time. But I mean, what fundamentally changed in a significant way to change the analysis in the last 18 months to 2 years? I mean, I understand what you've stated in terms of, your testimony at this time, but it seems like it has been such a radical departure. And so perhaps you can speak to that a little bit more clearly and cogently.
I'd be happy to try and address that. I have to be a little bit careful because I'm not 100% certain if the initial number, the initial cost of Bag Creek 2 that was presented in the 2022 carbon plan was has been released as non-confidential. But when it was first presented to the public staff in the 2022 carbon plan, the cost was significantly less. And if you look in the testimony, subject to check the rebuttal testimony of Duke's witnesses in the 2023 carbon plan, CPIRP. Their long duration or long lead time resources and pump storage hydro, something along those lines. They talk about the changes between the 2022 price and the price that was presented in the 2022 CPIRP and the 2023 CPIRP. Some of the major components of that change, which is why I didn't include it in my testimony here, was that first price that was presented to us in the 2022 CPIRP did not include financing costs or transmission upgrade costs.
Okay.
And so those they updated the cost in that rebuttal testimony or in the supplemental planning analysis in the 2023 CPIRP. And it was a large increase. So that's one component of it. Another factor for the change beyond just the cost is the resource was originally designed to come online in 2034, but due to Duke's decision to withdraw it from the subject to check 2022 DICES, that has been delayed, and the earliest that the project could come online would be 2040. And so there's a different situation there, different benefits to the system for it coming on later, just because of the changing load and changing energy landscape. That also was a factor in our departure from our recommendation in the 2023 CPIRP.
So had Duke proceeded with the authorization that it had been provided in a more expeditious manner so that it could have been brought online as an asset within the original projected time frame of 2034, do you believe your analysis or assessment at this time would be different?
Yes, I believe my analysis would be different. I can't say for certain what my recommendation would be because that's not the facts that I have today. But yes, I would look at it differently if it was still scheduled to come online in 2034.
And I gather, as it presently stands, Duke would like to continue moving forward and doing some construction testing, and I guess, and to preserve the investment tax credits, it would like to spend about 12.3 million on the purchase of draft tubes for each proposed new unit at Back Creek between 2026 and 2028. So I take it at this point in time, well, let me ask this, what is public staff's position as it relates to that particular request, considering that you do not deem it's an asset worthy of being added to Duke's system at this time?
Just a moment while I think about that. Ultimately, it is Duke's system. It is their resources. They are the operators of their system. If they deem that they need to procure those draft tubes to secure the federal tax credits for Bag Creek 2, that is their decision. They requested, however, regulatory assurance for those costs. At this time, we don't know if Bag Creek 2 will be developed. And if my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, so take this as you will. If we granted that regulatory assurance of those costs, then ratepayers would be liable for those costs, even if Bag Creek 2 was not built. and we don't want that.
And as I understand it, the public staff recommends denial of the deferral treatment of Back Creek expenses that have incurred to date.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. I just want to get some clarification on those issues. Chair Brawley, I think that would cover.
Commissioner Tucker, any questions?
Yes, sir, just one. Back Creek 2 was hailed as really a great project at one point in time. And then now all of a sudden, 2 gigawatts of power and ESAs have been signed on by Duke, and now we're abandoning that project other than the monies that Commissioner McKissick talked about, the 12 million, to keep it kind of looking at it, not really moving forward with it. Do you think that the decision by Duke is in line with my comment that they supplanted the dollars for Back Creek 2 because of the uptick in the load from the ESAs? And are using those dollars rather than at Back Creek 2 to build out the gas plants for 6 and 7? What's your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. And I can't say that I know for certain how they are planning to shift those funds around. I know that they were authorized to spend more than what they have spent in the 2024 CPIRP order. Where they have spent that money, I don't know, and that might be more of a rate case discussion.
Okay.
And also the Duke witnesses might have more insight into that than I do.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Could I add
Excuse me,
something?
Dr. Weaver, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, sir. I just wanted to add that I think Mr. Mitchell addressed this yesterday a little bit, but part of the issue with Bad Creek too, as Mr. Hill was saying with the timing, is that we have sort of a scarcity of resources in the early 2030s, mid 2030s. And gas plants are one of the things that Duke can build fast enough. And because Bad Creek 2 has been pushed out to 2040, that might be part of the trade-off that's going on there as well.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Guida.
Yeah, with respect to some of your testimony talks about the battery storage, solar, plus storage, and you spent a little time talking about dispatch methods. Is the public staff aware at this point of I guess more about how Duke is dispatching the storage that they have, or are we a little early in the process on that to really have a good feel for that?
Yeah, so I think that's something that Duke is still learning about and we're still trying to understand. As of the end of 2025, I believe we had 233 megawatts of battery storage on the system. So, and a lot of that, came online in just the last few months of 2025. So I think Duke is still gathering that data. And, through the rate case, we're trying to get some of that dispatch data to understand if these things are online, but I don't think we have the public staff has a clear understanding of what that strategy looks like, what it will look like in the future.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
You're good. Okay. Questions on commissioners' questions? Mr. Somolowski, I think you may be the only one. Well, of course, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. I was just looking around to make sure no other parties that were ahead of me had any as well. Thank you. Chair Brawley basically asked us to walk through why the public staff believes that it is no longer within the public interest. And Mr. Hill, amongst your answers, you talked about net loads and their round trip efficiency. And it gets to the question of dispatchability. Did you observe or review any of the cross-examination I conducted with Duke Energy witness Ben Smith?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall that Mr. Smith said that at most only 30 to 40% of the reservoir, the stored capacity, gets dispatched at any one time?
Yes, I do recall that.
So even though the full charge is at once, we are not draining this battery in its entirety.
I would agree with that, and I will say that my understanding is part of the reason that it's used in that 30 to 40% range, top of the reservoir, is that's the highest efficiency that you get from the turbines. And so that's part of the reason why they use that top 30 to 40% of the reservoir.
No, well, thank you for that clarification. But also yesterday through cross-examination, there was some questions from myself and counsel for SACE et al. Talking about how you can recharge this. And one of the benefits of a pumped hydro storage facility is that you can charge it with net excess energy from solar or arbitrage from other grid assets. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree. If there's net excess energy or energy arbitrage, you can charge Back Creek too and other battery resources.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of dispatchability, though, it would be nice to have this as a backup to make sure that we have safe and reliable service, even though it's a long lead asset.
As we've discussed, I believe Duke should continue to evaluate Back Creek too. And if they deem that it is the best resource for the system, then yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I think you led me right into my next set of questions related to Commissioner McKissick talking about the concerns about regulatory assurance. And one of the things that you said is that you're not recommending against Back Creek 2, which seems different than Back Creek 2 is not in the public interest. Can you clarify that once more before I go on?
Yes, or try to clarify. We still believe as the public staff that Back Creek 2 is not in the public interest based on our analysis of Back Creek 2 at this time. However, that analysis could change in the future, and we're not recommending that regulatory assurance at this time.
So, and part of the regulatory assurance is to ensure that certain tax credits to the benefit of ratepayers are preserved, correct? Is that Duke's concern?
Yes, that is correct.
So would it be in the public interest to ensure that we are pursuing this project that may or may not be built in the most cost-effective manner?
Can you restate that question, please?
Certainly. So part of Duke's request for the regulatory assurance and deferral treatment is to preserve the federal tax incentives associated with a large pumped hydro storage facility, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And wouldn't it be in the public interest to ensure that ratepayers will have available to them a development process that leads to the most cost-effective procurement of a resource?
Yes, Duke should pursue resources at least cost for the public benefit.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, Commissioner McKissick also asked about the price change from Back Creek from the 2023 carbon plan, which there was a settlement agreement reached. And I recall yesterday you stipulated you were not working for the public staff at that time, but you were aware of it. And one of the provisions in there was that they had to report back if the cost for Back Creek 2 exceeded 15%.
Yes, that is correct.
And today, based on the information you had, that still has not been crossed.
That is correct.
Okay. This is kind of an amalgamation of all the commissioners' questions, so I apologize. about the selectability and dispatch of pumped storage hydro, but you would also acknowledge that this is a 15-year planning horizon, correct?
Yes, Duke plans on a 15-year planning horizon.
And by the time we are in the next CPIRP, the year 2040 will be within that 15-year horizon.
Yes, it will be.
And one of the things that you said was a significant change for modeling is Duke's decision to withdraw Bad Creek 2 from the 2022 DICES cluster study is that it was no longer available to 2039, 2040, correct?
Yes, that is what I said.
And would you say that decision is why Duke locked it in and made it a non-selectable resource because it couldn't be procured, in Duke's opinion, within those 15-year planning horizon?
Subject to check. I believe that's the same process that they used in the previous CPIRP, in the 2023 CPIRP. It was not a selectable resource, but it was forced into the NTAP for that iteration of the CPIRP.
So is the public staff recommending that the inclusion of Bad Creek 2 in a subsequent CPRP be economically optimized and endogenously selected?
I think the part of the trouble with including Bad Creek 2 and other long duration energy storage resources as a selectable resource has to do with the modeling structure and whether the model, like how the model works, whether it can accurately represent the costs and benefits of that type of resource. Neither of us are the modeling experts, so I don't know the details, but my understanding is that it's more than just a decision. It has to do with the actual tools at our disposal.
No, I understand, and I think it's been well documented through each of the carbon plans, the limitations of Encompass's ability to model storage. But my question specifically was to understand the true value before making this determination is not in the public interest. Would you like to see whether or not it is economically optimized and not forced into a model? Would that aid your decision?
If Duke is able to present a model in the future that economically selects Bad Creek 2, yes, that would aid in our analysis and decision regarding Bad Creek 2.
Thank you. I think that ends my questions on commissioner's questions.
Are there any other than public staff? Public staff.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, panel. Good morning, panel, and good morning, commissioners. You were asked about the cost. Would you agree with me that if the federal investment tax credits are not received, the cost range for Bad Creek 2 would be $8.4 to $17.9 billion?
Yes, I agree.
You were asked about the regulatory assurance. Would you agree with me that if the regulatory assurance is withdrawn, Duke could still do the work and still recover the funds spent, but in the traditional manner, in the usual manner?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Well, I think you're done.
I would ask that Mr. Hill be excused and Dr. Weaver will be appearing on a panel later.
Okay, Mr. Hill, you're excused. Dr. Weaver, we'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have the revised order of witnesses. So at this point, I believe we have C. Seba, witness Haggerty. Sir, go ahead and have a seat. Would you prefer to be sworn or affirmed?
Sworn, please.
If you'll place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Burns, you're a witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're trying to find Mr. Haggerty's name, right?
No, sorry, I wasn't moving.
Mr. Haggerty, for the benefit of the court reporter, could you spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Hagerty.
Not what's on the nameplate, but that's okay.
Tis not.
Could you please introduce yourself to the panel and tell them your professional address and your employment?
Yes, my name is John Michael Haggerty. I'm a principal at the Brattle Group. My business address is 1800 M Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C.
And what are your responsibilities at Brattle Group?
My responsibilities at Brattle include completing client projects related to the electric utility sector, including lots of issues across the wholesale power markets in terms of resource planning, transmission planning, market design as such.
Did you cause to be filed on March 30th, 2026, written testimony consisting of 78 pages and 8 exhibits and containing some confidential information?
I did.
And on June 15th, 2026, did you cause to be filed a summary of your testimony consisting of 4 pages?
Yes.
If you were asked the same questions today as were asked to you in your written pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed testimony to mention today?
I do not.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, CCBA respectfully requests that the pre-filed testimony of John Michael Haggerty as filed on March 30th, 2026 with 8 exhibits and containing some confidential information and a written summary filed on June 15th, 2026 of 4 pages be admitted as if delivered from the stand.
Okay, the direct testimony of Michael Haggerty of 79 pages, 8 exhibits, including confidential information as filed March 30, 2026, shall be identified and admitted to the record as if delivered orally from the stand today. The witness summary filed June 15, 2026 will be admitted into evidence as if given from the stand today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Haggerty is available for cross-examination and commissioners' questions.
Mr. Haggerty, I don't see any cross for you. And in one of these many things that I was given at the last minute today, I think I may have something for you. I do. Mr. Haggerty, on interconnection, what has been your evaluation of Duke's implementation of provisional interconnection service?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. I haven't specifically looked at the latest with the interconnection in my testimony here. But my understanding, talking to developers, is that provisional service so far has been a success. That it's being taken advantage of by entities that are represented by CCBA as well as other entities, and that it is allowing resources to come online quite a bit faster, several years faster than they did if they had to wait for network upgrades. So that hasn't been a core part of my review during this IRP cycle, but it seems like it's been a success.
Okay, thank you. In prior CPIRP proceedings, some parties have encouraged the Commission to adopt higher levels of solar procurement. For example, in the first carbon plan proceeding, some parties recommend authorizing approximately 4,800 megawatts of solar in the near-term action plan, while the Commission ultimately approved approximately 2,350 megawatts. At the same time, testimony and analysis from public staff witness Hill and Weaver suggests that actual solar development and procurement have often fallen short of the targets previously approved by the Commission. The Commission also has experience with programs such as CPRE, where implementation has not always proceeded as initially anticipated. As you reflect on that history, what lessons do you think the Commission should draw regarding the pace at which solar resources can realistically be developed, interconnected, and placed into service Also, how should the commission think about the tension between calls for higher procurement targets and the industry's historical ability to achieve the targets established by the commission?
Thank you for the question. It's definitely been a turbulent time over the last few years for solar development. There's been some very significant hurdles that they've had to face. Interconnection's been one of them. The changes in costs that have occurred have also been significant. There's a particular challenge for independent power producers that sign fixed cost contracts, fixed price contracts, especially during a period where there's significant cost escalation. That is a pressure that they face, that Duke as a developer that does not have the same requirement to, or the same pressure at a fixed price. So that's led to a significant amount of attrition over the last few years. With the general inflation across the industry or across the economy, as well as the industry, declining, becoming more predictable. I think that is less likely to be an issue going forward. I think in addition, interconnection, this has been a challenge, not just in North Carolina, but across the country. Those processes are improving measurably. So you see that not just provisional service, but the RZEP projects already are reducing the time required to bring new solar online. So looking back, you see that there are these challenges, but looking forward, I think there's several reasons to believe that will increase. That with the less significant cost escalation expected going forward with interconnection improvements, and with the certainty provided by the solicitation processes in North Carolina, I think you'll see an increase in the amount of solar that comes onto the system, as it can be a very valuable resource for serving this much higher load that's coming.
Thank you. In your opinion, has implementation of the MVST process enabled Duke to conduct integrated resource and transmission planning, or do you have recommendations for how that can be further accomplished?
Yes, I think it's definitely been a success over the last 2 years standing up this process. And 2 years ago, when I was here before the commission, I gave, I think a lot of credit is due to the commission for pushing Duke to advance its transmission planning. But when I testified 2 years ago, I said that the implementation is really important. And so I think over the last 2 years, the 2024 MVST study was the first time that Duke and the CTPC went through that process. And we do see this improved integration between resource planning and transmission planning, which I think is really important. Prior to those studies, you did not have the transmission planning process consistently modeling the future resource mix that was presented in the IRP. And so the transmission planning process through the MVST allows you to study that. I think it can be improved. It's a good start. I think a lot of work, and I saw Mr. Roberts say that it was a heavy lift to bring some of these new models up to speed. I think that's the case. These are studies that can be done, that there's a lot of experience in the industry doing them. But it does take a lot of work to get that up to speed. And so I'm looking forward to being involved with the 2026 MVST that is just underway. And both here in this resource planning docket, as well as in the CTPC process, I had several recommendations. And going forward, so I think with the amount of uncertainty about load, I think it's important to model different levels of load and see, what is the least regrets set of upgrades that are necessary, regardless of the amount of load that comes online. And that's important to say that there's uncertainty, but we can plan for that uncertainty. We shouldn't let uncertainty get in the way of good planning and using best practices, especially through scenario-based planning. I think also that in the MVST, that they did stand up this production cost model. We now need to use that more significantly and effectively in this next round. Mr. Roberts noted that they're getting used to that model, but stakeholders also have to get used to that model. And I think one thing that needs to be improved is two things. The CTPC and Duke should provide more information to stakeholders about what they're seeing in their models prior to studying MBST projects. Currently, in the MBST, there's a scenario development phase, which I think is going really well using the IRP resources. And then the next step is the needs assessment. And in the 2024 study, the only needs assessment that was done was on a reliability basis. And one reason for that was that they did not yet have this model, the Encompass nodal production cost model, to do that analysis. But now that they do, that can be a tool to really shine the light on where there are challenges on the system. And that does take some getting used to, but I think it'd be very helpful if they provide stakeholders, if they provide the commission more transparency on what those models are showing them in terms of the constraints. Because you need to be looking at where the problems are that you're trying to solve. The MBST study is not a reliability only study, but if your needs that you identify are only based on reliability studies, then you're likely looking in the wrong place. And that came up several times throughout this study, that they said certain solutions, especially larger greenfield projects, didn't meet the need. But that's confusing because, well, I thought the need was multi-value projects, but they're referring back to the needs of the reliability needs. So I think they should be required to use those production cost models. Get more used to it by validating it against a recent historical year. I've been doing this now for 12, 13 years, and I've seen a lot of production cost modeling done, and I've seen a lot of it done poorly, to be frank. And that's not just true here, but that's true across the country. Economic planning never really produced transmission projects in lots of different parts of the country. For example, up in New York, where I'm originally from, they did economic planning for years, found no projects. Then they finally did a multi-value approach, and there's billions of dollars of upgrades that they found justified. So that's just to show you that, yes, you can check the box, you can do these, but you can also do them well. You can do them better. And I think they both need to continue to themselves be comfortable with the model. Don't want them to do anything that they're not comfortable with. But they can also become more comfortable with the model by validating it against a historical year, sharing results about their base case, the base case before the MBST solutions are proposed, in order to see where the problems are. And then we can find those solutions and then quantify the benefits with that same model through the benefits analysis that they've developed. So I think that's, well, let me just double check. I think I only have one other recommendation, but let me just make sure I'm not missing anything here. Well, the last thing, my last recommendation was that the CTPC should present more detail of its analysis on the benefits. And they provided a white paper at the beginning of their study last time that explained how they were going to do it. That one benefit that they kind of hedged on at the end, the avoided customer outages benefit, I can't say was something I fully understood. I'd seen that they had used it in the past. And then you saw that at the end of the process, they showed the benefits with and without that, because one of the participants also wasn't comfortable with that. So I think that is another level that they need to get to continue to show how they're doing this. A little bit more of a step-by-step approach for where the benefits are coming from. Because I think the benefits that they quantified there are real benefits. I'm not sure if their approach is getting it quite right. But that's where working with stakeholders, providing more information up front, can really move the next phase of MBST to really think bigger. What came out of the MBST were a few projects, and I think they're beneficial projects. But I think you should think about it a bit as a proof of concept that this works. But I would encourage Duke and the CTPC to think bigger going forward. The RZEP projects clearly were in locations where there's new resources, and that's providing benefits. And they said there won't be more RZEP projects going forward, but it'll be done through the MBST. So I think we need to keep that going, make sure that happens by adding a third driver. So I mentioned reliability, economic, but also looking at those recent cluster studies, just like they did with the RZEP projects, and say, what are the common upgrades that we're seeing here that resources need to interconnect, and bring that into the study. So apologize if that was a long answer, but those are my recommendations going into the next study.
Well, sir, more is better than less. On page 38 of your testimony, you recommend that the commission direct Duke to study the effectiveness of the Southeast Energy Exchange market and provide a comparison of SEAM to the West Energy Imbalance market. What specific recommendations do you have to improve SEAM, and how should the commission think about SEAM from a resource planning perspective?
Okay, I'll try to take those one at a time.
Sure.
Well, first I want to kind of remind you why I brought this up. There's an important connection between the market design and the resource planning that's being done by Duke. When I reviewed the IRP modeling, I reviewed all the assumptions that went about solar, the costs. I found that they were doing the costs quite well. But I did find two ways in which they were undervaluing solar, which can result in underestimating the amount of cost-effective solar. And one of them was that Duke models its system as an island. So when it does capacity expansion modeling, when it does production cost modeling, it's only dispatching within its system. And I think we've heard testimony over the last few days about that their regional transmission does exist. It's utilized. But we also heard that my impression was that it was essentially immaterial to resource planning. And I disagree with that position. And I think it's something that Duke needs to improve on going forward, because Duke does interact with its neighbors. It transacts with its neighbors. And one way that it's doing so, and an improvement that's been made in the last few years, is SEAM. So the first recommendation is that they improve their resource planning to account for that, because without it, and one of the benefits that was identified of SEAM is that it would reduce curtailments. So if you don't account for SEAM in your resource planning, then you're not accounting for the fact that SEAM can reduce curtailments. And if you're not accounting for reduced curtailments in your IRP modeling, then you will undervalue solar, because instead of curtailing the solar, you can now sell it. You can make a profit. And Sammy Roberts, Mr. Roberts, had made that case, that had agreed that yes, customers benefit from off-system sales. And that's true for utilities across the country. So that's why it's important. I think my first recommendation is that the IRP modeling should be improved. And there's ways to do that. I'm happy to explain some of those. I'm working with the utility right now that is doing one of those recommendations. Okay, and then SEAM. CCBA yesterday entered a recent report that was by my colleagues about what could be improved by SEAM. It's not something I was not an author of that report, but I am familiar with some of the findings. And SEAM has been an incremental improvement on bilateral trading within the Southeast. But it is, in my opinion, not as efficient of a way of transacting amongst neighbors as a centrally dispatched energy imbalance market, as we've seen be successful across the non-RTO West. So I think there's, and you'll see in that report that there's first recommendations to just improve SEAM as it is, increase the transparency of the transactions, who's benefiting from it, what are the prices in the market, as well as allowing other participants to be a part of the market. A next step would be to move towards what's considered essentially dispatch energy imbalance market, which is also a real-time market, but it accounts for as less. The shortcoming of SEAM is that entities each have to enter their need for energy and their availability of additional energy in the market, and it's still a relatively manual process. I do understand that some utilities are starting to automate it, and that transactions thus have remained low. I don't disagree with Mr. Roberts, who said that transactions have increased, but when they're already so low, it's not that hard to increase transactions. So hopefully, with under the existing market, they will increase. That will demonstrate the value of SEAM. But that can be improved by going to an energy imbalance market across the Southeast in order to more efficiently utilize the existing regional transmission amongst the Southeast utilities. So that is, I think in a nutshell, the recommendation. And I think the state, the NCUC has a key role in that. Of, you know, as I said, I saw you provide leadership in the transmission planning approach. We now have 3 years of data. I think it's 3.5 years now of SEAM. And it's worthwhile to say, is this enough? Are there things we can do better? You know, there's Mr. Thomas yesterday noted that, you know, there's only so much value across a region when you have very similar resource mixes, that maybe the value would be less than in the Western US. I think that's true. That's potentially true. But that doesn't mean that there's no value, right? Just because there might not be as much. You know, in the Western US, you do have, you know, pockets with very high load or very high wind, very high load, good solar resources, mine mouth coal that's very cheap. I do see less of that resource diversity in the Southeast, but I also don't think that that invalidates the potential benefits of an energy imbalance market. You know, even if you have the same general mix of resources, you know, coal, nuclear, gas, solar, some wind and storage, those, the mix is different, but also the operation of those is different across the market. You know, there's a lot of operational issues that come up. You know, generation outages occur, nuclear refurbishments occur, generation transmissions on outage, storms come through at different times. There's load diversity across the system that can utilize those resources differently. All of these things can drive for different marginal costs of energy across the system. And by creating an energy imbalance market, you're able to more efficiently utilize the system that you have. And I think that's a really important point during this time of such significant load growth. We first need to be utilizing the system that we have at the fullest extent, and an energy imbalance market can help you do that. So I'm taking your previous comment that more is better to be a good thing. So, but I don't know if I answered all your questions. I believe that was there an additional question at the end of that I did not answer?
Well, the next question, are there specific reporting requirements with respect to SEAM that you recommend the commission consider?
For Duke in this hearing?
Yes.
Question? Yes. Yes, I think that, as I said, there's 3 years of data on what has happened with SEAM, and I think this is a good time to assess. My recommendation is for you all to require Duke to provide an assessment of what's been the benefits over those 3 years of SEAM. When have transactions occurred? How is it improving? I've definitely heard that it's improving. But also, how would that differ from energy imbalance market? And I certainly understand that that would require coordination across the Southeast, but this takes state leadership. If the states all come together and see that there's value here, then I think you all can lead and say and ask the utilities to look at this and make the case of what's the best approach for utilizing that existing transmission, utilizing the resources that you have, and using it to reduce the costs of consumers. Just because it might not be as high elsewhere, that's not a reason not to do it. Not to look at it, study it, and figure out what's the best path forward. There are several additional recommendations in that SEAM report that I don't have in front of me, and as I said, my colleagues wrote. So
I'm sure the folks with CC will make it available to us. That's all I have. Commissioner McKissick.
Just one or two questions. You make the observation that Duke's modeling tends to underestimate the value of solar, including the failure to capture the full value of battery storage as an operating asset in conjunction with solar, as well as the inability to export excess solar to neighboring systems. And you also state that Duke should update its modeling to reflect the full value of battery storage, and that they can do so either by better capturing volatility in the marginal cost of energy and the reliability services value of storage within its model, or by calculating the estimated incremental value of storage not captured by Encompass software and incorporating those results into the model. Can you speak to that more explicitly and get into some of those details that you contemplate?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner. Can you clarify, that was a long section there. Was it the battery storage piece that you were
Yeah,
specifically interested in?
one of the things, if you look to page 7 of your testimony,
Yes,
bullet number 2 there,
yes.
perhaps that will be the easiest way. And the other one was the preceding page, page 5, underneath the question, going down to about the 3rd bullet on the page.
Yes, yes, this was, so I mentioned before that I recommended accounting for imports and exports. The second recommendation I have for the modeling is to incorporate to better capture the value of battery storage. So the Duke says in its IRP materials that it uses a typical day for modeling the dispatch of the system. And I think that's a relatively standard approach that's been used. But one thing it will do is it will underestimate the value of dispatchable resources, including storage as well as CTs and other flexible resources, but especially battery storage, because battery storage's value is based off of the volatility in the marginal cost of energy. It's, I would say, prices in a in a market setting, but in this setting, marginal cost of energy. And so this undervalues storage. So I was thinking about how to explain this, and think about a day trader is someone that's trading stocks and trying to make money off of stocks, and they make a lot of, you know, their revenues are buying low and selling high, right? So if you take someone, a friend's trying to be a day trader, and you're like, all right, I want to estimate your future revenues from day trading, but going forward, I'm not going to account for any of that volatility. I'm just going to take the average prices over time. You're going to completely underestimate the value of day trading. And that's essentially the same thing with battery storage, that if you just use typical patterns of load and solar, you're going to underestimate the value of any dispatchable resources, but especially solar. And so one thing that we've done, something that we're working with utility currently on, I was hoping that would be public at this point. It's expected to be in July. So I'll speak generally about it, is that we have helped them estimate what that missing value of storage is, as well as CTs and CCs, because these models reflect more like what we refer to as day-ahead markets, not accounting for all of the uncertainty that can happen in real time, but on an average basis. So you can quantify the missing value primarily based on historical prices and historical marginal cost of energy, and use that historical information to see how much, what the revenues would be, and compare that to the revenues you see in the Encompass models. So you can quantify that missing value, and then you essentially use it as an offset to costs. So if, say, for battery storage, on average, in a year, it would make, just making up numbers here, $1 million it shows $1 million in Encompass, but you look historically and you see it would make $3 million. Then you essentially add a negative $2 million to the costs, because you know that the model is not fully capturing it. And I think this is something that we often do at Brattle is we acknowledge, we know what's in the model, but we also know it's not in the model and that there's better ways to account for that. And so in order to get this very important question of especially storage versus CTs and gas, what's the right balance? That if you're missing that value of storage, you're going to underestimate both the value of it, but also the quantity that is cost effective to add to the system. So there are tools to do so. It's something that we've developed and are currently implementing for utility in order to get that more accurate. And I think that's important here for solar because solar's value increases with more storage. In my testimony, I showed that in the case where storage costs are lower, that you get more solar. And so that's kind of the same as if you're accounting for higher value, that's kind of the same as similar to less costs. Both between, accounting for the curtailments that are not, the ability to reduce curtailments by accounting for imports and exports and improving how they do the storage modeling. I think you would have a better representation of the cost-effective resources in the future, and you would increase the amount of solar that is found to be cost-effective. So that is, in my testimony, that's one of the drivers why I recommended a higher amount of solar procurement, because I found that the cost that they're modeling, the generation that they're modeling was accurate, but I found the value to be underestimated.
Thank you for that explanation. And I think Chair Brawley did a great job of covering the key issues of concern. One thing which I noted is that in discussing, I guess, the testimony of witness Levitas, who's going to be up later for CBIRP, they essentially propose a clean energy type of policy, customer type of policy.
That's right.
And looking for additionality to the system. Now, I take it you support that concept. Is that correct?
I do. Yep. Yes, I included that as a recommendation in my testimony.
And what value do you think that would bring? And I understand that kind of generically, how it could bring the additionality, but how would you even think about modeling that since it's so speculative?
Yeah, well,
Or would you even take it into account in modeling? You just have it as a policy that's available that provides additionality, but not try to model or speculate about what might come from it.
Yeah, I think there's several ways to handle that. I think it is a policy that would allow customers that are interested in coming to North Carolina an additional option to make that generally the policy would make it more attractive for data centers, especially that are seeking to come to North Carolina to do so. It's something that we're seeing across the country, interest of data center developers, hyperscalers, in order to meet their own sustainability goals. So it's a policy that I do support, and I think by allowing them to do so outside of the resource planning, that is the additional option that you're providing them. So I'm working with utility right now that is supporting a hyperscaler come online, and there's a good amount of negotiations that go into that. Just like we're hearing about the ESAs that are being signed, discussion about large load interconnection, you can also have discussions with those same customers about the resources that they prefer and develop options and tariffs for them, either to procure that on their own or through Duke. So that's something that in our modeling for that utility that I mentioned, they're incorporating those resources right into their analysis. They're bringing both on the load and the generation related to that load, and demonstrating that it's cost effective for doing so, and that it's at the request of that customer. So you can both talk to customers about how much load they want to bring on, but also their resource preferences, and bring that into the model in addition to what you would do what you would do otherwise. And once it's on the system, there would be, it'd just be a part of your model going forward.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, Chair Brawley.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Tucker? Commissioner Gaida? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So Chair Brawley talked a minute ago, or asked you some questions a minute ago about SEAM and some of those things, and I'm certainly not going to go over any of that. But at a higher level, your testimony talked some about SEAM, about CERTIP. You talked about regional transmission, and of course, with the exchange with Chair Brawley, you talked about Western energy imbalance markets. So when you think about a few of those items together in a basket, if you can, and where my head is at is thinking about regional coordination, regional transmission, or even interregional transmission. Is it easy, or are you able to classify kind of the primary barriers that you see in the Southeast to those things? You talked about some of that in your testimony, but I think if you could just classify, what are the barriers when you're talking about the business interests involved, and are there ways this commission could think about, seeing beyond those barriers to at least assess the value if it's there? Does that question make sense?
It does. Thank you for that question. It's actually something I've been thinking about while hearing some of the testimony. There's a general acknowledgement that transactions exist, but that they're immaterial to long-term planning. And you hear that the reason for that is that they're non-firm and that they're short-term. And there's also uncertainties about what others are going to do with their systems. So I think that's a bit of just a business as usual way. That's what's worked historically. But I think there is a mindset shift and view that there's value to customers about utilizing a regional coordination. And it's not just playing in your own sandbox. And this is true across the Southeast. I've been recently working in Florida for their Order 1920. And it's kind of the same refrain that, production cost modeling isn't relevant here because we do everything within our own system. So I think it does require thinking differently and utilizing tools that have not historically been used. So, that's both, and I heard from Mr. Thomas yesterday that, that he wasn't sure why SEAM was material in resource planning. And I think that's one of the considerations you need to, one of the mindsets that you need to see that there is value here, both for, reducing costs to ratepayers as well as improving reliability. So after hearing that, I went and looked at the last 5 years for the Western energy imbalance market, and there's been two very significant reliability events across the West, where the energy imbalance market has been identified as one of the ways that they both kept the lights on and did so at lower costs than they otherwise would. So the idea that that there's not reliability value, I think there's some acknowledgement that there's reliability value, but there needs to be more movement towards seeing that in the future that you will have more transactions, that there will be more diversity across the system due to reliance on more solar, as well as with the increase in winter storms. Those have both increased the need for additional regional coordination. And so I think just the ways that things have been done historically need to change to account for that, to both improve reliability as well as reduce costs to customers. So I think it's thinking about the system differently is the main impediment. I think it does require some urging of the commission to say that we see this value. We're interested in the value, what's there, and we need to study that. And so I think there's ways to do so. There's more transparency that can be brought. to understand what are the opportunities for when you're talking about regional transmission, Duke does account for whether they can have tie benefits, imports from other regions in order to impact their planning reserve margin. I haven't seen a study of would that planning reserve margin be different if you increase the amount of imports. So they account for them based on the existing system, but I have not seen a study that looks at the value of additional, and maybe that's occurred, but it's something that I think could be done. So I think identifying the value, both for reliability, but also for reducing costs, that there's a lot that the commission can do to say the system is changing due to changes in resources, changes in winter storm reliability events, and now higher load, that we need to first maximize our existing system while also building out cost-effective new resources.
Okay, questions on commissioners' questions?
I do have one, but I know everybody else gets to go first, but. Nope. May I?
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr.
And then,
Mr. Oh,
and,
Mr. Tony, you get out of your way. Go for it.
all right.
Good morning, Mr. Haggerty. Ben Snowden for Microsoft. Just very briefly, following up on Commissioner McKissick's questions about how to incorporate clean transition tariff, customer tariff programs in modeling. The underlying question, I think, seems to be uncertainty about the uptake or participation levels in a program like that. Would you agree?
Yes, both the uptake as well as the resources that would be preferred.
And are those what the factors that might make it difficult to model a customer program like that?
I think those are factors that you would open up. Those would be decisions and preferences coming into the modeling that's outside of this normal IRP modeling. And so I think given that that would add uncertainty, I think there's ways in which you can account for that, get information from the customers that would be participating about the resources that they're seeking. And as well as, I think you would also have to have the appropriate tariff for cost allocation purposes.
Understood. And Mr. Haggerty, would you agree that similar questions about the level of participation or uptake arise in the context of modeling demand response, DSM, EE programs, things like that?
Yeah, yes, I see similar, that there's a role in both of those instances of the customer adoption. So the fact that that requires, just like you have for demand side programs, that you need to analyze that a bit on the side and incorporate those findings, and decide on what's the appropriate way for that to come on, because it's more than just the utility implementing them. That it would be similar to a demand side program, that you'd want that information. Instead of doing a demand side study for EE or DR, instead would want to be really discussing that with potential customers about the resources that they're seeking, and how to incorporate that into their projections.
Okay, thank you. So would you agree that for purposes of modeling a customer program, a reasonable approach to modeling could include, just as you might for a DSM or EE program, talk to customers, gather information from them, gather market data, and just come up with the most reasonable forecast that you can of the level of participation in that program?
I would have to think more about the level of certainty or interest. Just like on the load side, we're currently, trying to figure out how to account for different levels of interest. You would want to have a certain amount of certainty. You'd want, so I'd be It's unclear to me exactly how far along in that development process you'd want to be before you started including it into the model. Whether you'd want to have some type of signed agreement, the firmness of that to be determined. But I think you would want some level of commitment, both on the demand side as well as the supply side to account for that in your modeling.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haggerty. And would you agree that as with any other forecast that's being used on modeling, it would be appropriate to just check and adjust those forecasts over time as we do with everything else?
Yes, I think you would want to change those if the conditions change, you'd want to change them in your modeling. So I would agree that'd be something that, that you would want to have some barrier to decide when that's reasonable to bring on. And similar to on the demand side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haggerty.
Any other questions on commissioners' questions?
Just one.
Well, actually, Mr. Burns, isn't this your witness?
It is.
Okay, so you get to go last
I
after
know.
everybody else.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Mr. Burns or Duke?
No question.
Okay, and public staff, none.
No
All right.
questions.
All right.
Chairman.
Yes, okay, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your enthusiasm is always welcome.
Well, I was gonna start doing jumping jacks to get your attention if you would, but I'm okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Just to follow up on Commissioner Guida's last question there about things that might need to change in the southeast for some of your suggestions to take effect. To be clear, are any of the things that need to change? Or do any of those things that need to change include joining an RTO or having Duke give up any of its balancing authority?
No, they do not.
No questions.
All right, Mr. Haggerty, I think you're excused. At this point, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll restart at 11. come to order and go back on the record. We're going to have to call an audible here. It's my understanding that Mr. Fitzhenry is not available. So we are going to jump over ahead to CEBA panel of Barua. And how do I pronounce your name correct?
You pronounced it correctly.
Barua. Levitas, who is this guy? Good morning, Commissioner. Welcome back. Do you wish to be sworn or affirm? Okay, if you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
All right. Mr. Dunbar, is this you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Burns, would you swap seats with Mr. Dunbar so he can?
Apologies. Yes, sir.
Mr. Dunbar, your witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Would you please state and spell your last names for the record?
My name is Priya Barua, and my last name is spelt Barua.
And I'm Stephen Levitas, Levitas.
Ms. Barua, would you please state your employer and what position you hold?
Absolutely. I work for the Corporate Energy Buyers Association. The address is 1501 M Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. And I am a senior director for utility partnerships and innovation.
Mr. Levitas, would you please answer the same question?
Yes, I'm a self-employed consultant, but I'm currently serving in the role as interim executive director of an organization called New Energy Economics. I'm not sure honestly if I listed my home address or the office address, but I'll give you my home address since that's where you can find me, which is 17 Westover Drive, Asheville, North Carolina, 28801.
And did you both sponsor direct testimony in this matter on behalf of SEBA that was filed on March 30th, 2026, which consisted of 55 pages of testimony and which was then corrected on June 4th to include 2 exhibits?
Yes.
We did.
And did your testimony include any confidential information?
No.
If I asked you the same questions that appear in your corrected direct testimony today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And did you cause a summary of your direct testimony to be filed with the commission on June 10th, 2026?
Yes.
We did.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I would ask that the direct testimony of Stephen Levitas and Priya Barua be entered into the record as if read here today.
Okay, the direct testimony of Priya Barua and Stephen Levitas, 55 pages, is filed on March 30, 2026. And the corrected testimony of Priya Barua and Stephen Levitas of 55 pages, 2 exhibits, as filed on June 4th, 2026, will be identified and admitted to the record as if given orally from the stand today without objection. So ordered. How about the witness summary? You want to move that in as well?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the witness summary is identified and also admitted to the record without objection. Your witnesses are they ready for cross?
These witnesses are ready for cross and commission questions. Thank you.
Okay. So I have CCBA.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a few. John Burns for CCBA. Mr. Levitas and Ms. Barua, in reviewing your testimony and comparing it to that of Mr. Haggerty, one of the things that's different is that Mr. Haggerty testifies that the amount of the NTAP solar selection in the first 2 years should be higher than that proposed by Duke. I don't see in your testimony that you recommend that. Are you saying that Duke's level of procurement of solar in the NTAP is appropriate? Or do you disagree with Mr. Haggerty's approach?
Thank you, Mr. Burns, for that question. We have not taken a position one way or the other as to the appropriate amount of solar in the base portfolio or the NTAP. I would note that as reflected in Mr. Haggerty's testimony, I believe it's at page 39, figure 12, he illustrates a number of Duke's own sensitivity analyses. I believe there are 5 different ones that do show a need for additional solar, either to reduce cost or to meet demand. But as I say, we have not taken a position as to the appropriate level of solar in the base scenario. What we have done instead is to propose
Mr. Levitt,
Yeah.
before you proceed, could you probably need to talk more directly into the microphone. It's a little
Yeah.
hard to pick up.
What we have done instead is to propose a program that would facilitate the addition of significant additional solar and other resources into the system at no cost to ratepayers, and thereby potentially achieve the same thing that Mr. Haggerty is recommending in a different fashion.
There is still, though, an interconnection limit, is there not? I mean, if you raise one, you're going to lower the others. Is that true, or is there a way around that interconnection limit?
Well, our proposal in terms of a key element of our proposal for the creation of a new and expanded customer program is to increase the volume of that program relative to what exists today, which is minuscule in terms of the potential customer demand and interest in these programs. As to how large an increase there would be, what we have suggested is that that the program volume be equal to the difference between what Duke proposes in its base in the NTAP and what is technically achievable based on Duke's own prior analysis. So that's how much customer program per year we're proposing would be available to customers. If the commission were to adopt Mr. Haggerty's recommendation and increase the amount of NTAP solar, that delta would be smaller for the voluntary program. I hope that answers your question.
I believe it does. Thank you. No further questions from CC, but.
Thank you, sir. Sigfer.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Good morning. My name is Peter Ledford, and I'm appearing on behalf of the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates. Sorry, Mr. Levitt, I'm trying to figure out the arm there. Your testimony, just at a broad level, recommends that the commission adopt a new clean customer tariff for large customers that would allow them to either contract for additional clean energy resources that Duke is not already planning to procure, or to establish large customer-funded demand-side management, aggregated behind-the-meter and energy efficiency programs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as to the ability to contract for additional clean energy resources, would you agree that your proposal is at least directionally aligned with that of Sigfer Witness Fitzhenry's testimony?
I would, yes.
I'd like to focus most of our conversation on your customer-funded DSM-EE and behind-the-meter proposal, if that's okay. Are you generally familiar with the public staff's position in this proceeding that the commission should rely on curtailing large load customers in order to defer the need to build new generation?
I have read that testimony, yes.
And on page 9 of your testimony, you state that, quote, customer-funded demand-side resources such as energy efficiency, behind-the-meter and other DSM measures can deliver near-term measurable system benefits by reducing energy use and peak demand, mitigating fuel price and procurement risk, and reducing the amount of new generation Duke would otherwise need to build without shifting costs to non-participating customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it fair to say then that you are offering an alternative proposal to the public staff's proposal that would also defer the need to build new generation?
I think that is true. It has the potential to defer the need to build generation. First and foremost, well, certainly on the demand side, by definition, demand side management, grid edge programs do defer the need for additional capacity expansion on the supply side. That's the whole purpose. So the answer is yes.
And under your proposal, the participating DSM EE and behind the meter customers would be compensated by the participating large load customers.
The large load customers would fund the full cost of those programs, correct?
And under your proposal, participation would be voluntary. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
So to the extent that the commission is interested in deferring the construction of new generation, would you agree that the public staff's curtailment proposal is not the only way to accomplish this goal?
Yes, I would agree with that. That's one possible way to do it, essentially through a large load tariff with mandatory curtailment provisions. And as you point out, we're proposing a voluntary program. I would note, as you know, Mr. Ledford, you and I serve on an energy policy task force where these ideas are being discussed. There are some states, Texas, I think, is one that comes to mind, where there has been a legislative adoption of some form of mandatory curtailment for large load customers. That is not what we are proposing here. We're proposing a voluntary program. And it's driven, I should note, it's driven in the first instance by the large load customer, who is then seeking to find ways, the best ways to meet their needs at their costs, which could include some demand side measures at their own facilities, as well as investments in offsite demand side management.
I just want to key off that where the large load customer has the option, has the choice. So would you agree that you've presented a workable alternative to the public staff's proposal that would enable this speed to power while also mitigating the risk of inadvertently curtailing critical societal functions like E-911 access to medical records, first responder telecommunications, and other critical functions that are held at data centers?
Well, again, just reiterating what Mr. Levitas said, this would provide an option to basically to increase optionality so that you're still getting that flexibility, but you could be making those investments in other places.
I would agree with that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Microsoft.
Good morning, Mr. Levitas, Ms. Barua, Ben Snowden here on behalf of Microsoft. Mr. Levitas, a few minutes ago, you discussed Duke's model interconnection limits with Mr. Burns. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask about the consequences if between procurements and customer programs, the amount of solar that Duke was trying to put on the system exceeded Duke's actual ability to interconnect solar projects in a particular year. What do you think would be the consequences in that situation?
Well, the solar is not going to get connected if it exceeds the technical limits of interconnection.
Mm-hmm. So,
but I would just point out, I'm not sure if this is where you're going with your question, but one advantage of adding solar resources through, or several advantages of adding through a voluntary customer program as opposed to the base plan, because and this speaks to Commissioner McKissick's question, I believe your follow-up question to an earlier witness about whether these programs would be modeled. And in my view, the answer is that they're not modeled for capacity in the first instance, but that over time, the proven results of the program would be incorporated into future resource planning. And so for that reason, you don't have a potential negative impact to resource adequacy if it turns out that you bump up against a limit of interconnection or you are unable to interconnect. The other thing about this, and this is the beauty of it, is that the participating customer who is choosing to go down this path is the party that is bearing the full risk of whether interconnection is achievable, not the general ratepayers, not the system as a whole.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Levitas. Mr. Levitas and Ms. Barua, I'd like to direct you to page 15 of your testimony, and I'm just going to read it to you. You can tell me if this is your testimony. You all say that many large energy customers, including SEBA's members, have ambitious sustainability and clean energy commitments that require them to reduce the carbon emissions profile of their electricity consumption. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also say that many of these large customers consider, if not prioritize, their ability to access clean energy when determining where to locate new facilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
I've summarized, paraphrased that a little bit. And then moving on to page 51 of your testimony, you also note that many large customers, including many SEBA members, recognize that they are major drivers of Duke's load growth projections, and also that many customers with clean energy goals are motivated to deploy their own capital to help bring more clean energy resources online instead of carbon emitting resources like the gas-fired generators Duke has proposed. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll just try to paraphrase that. To sum up, some customers are interested in a clean customer tariff because they want to help meet clean energy goals. And others are interested because they want to help utilities meet the challenges of serving their own new load. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
Well, I would say that those two things are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but yes.
Understood. Those goals can overlap significantly. Yes. Thank you. Are you all familiar with the ratepayer protection pledge that Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Oracle, and xAI signed in March 2026?
Yes.
Okay, that was the White House Ratepayer Protection Pledge. And these companies are all invested in data center infrastructure. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the first commitment, subject to check, that the first commitment made by the companies signing that pledge is that the companies will build, bring, or buy the new generation resources and electricity needed to satisfy their new energy demands?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And where possible, these companies will also add more capacity that serves the broader public by increasing supply. Is that your understanding of part of that pledge?
Yes.
And would you agree that some of these companies, such as xAI, don't actually have clean energy goals? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. But would you agree that even those companies that don't have specifically clean energy goals would potentially be interested in customer programs that would help them deploy new system resources to help meet load growth?
I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't be interested in that.
Thank you. In your testimony, you talk about how the existing GSA choice program does not meet the needs of most large C&I customers that want their facilities to be served with clean energy. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'll direct this to Mr. Levitas, I think, because Mr. Levitas, am I correct in understanding you've been involved in the development of the GSA program since at least 2017 or so? Is that right?
It's earlier than that.
Okay. And one of the deficiencies you identify in your testimony is that the GSA choice program doesn't allow large customers to fund additional clean energy resources that Duke does not otherwise plan to procure. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you all refer to that as lack of additionality?
Correct.
Okay. And for the same reason, the existing GSA choice program would not meet the needs of large load customers that, like the customers who signed that ratepayer protection pledge, want to bring new additional resources on the system to help meet the challenge of serving new data center load?
That's correct. There's several problems that we've identified with the suite of existing customer programs. The first is well, we focus a lot on the lack of additionality. So there's three primary elements of the existing GSA choice program. The first of those is essentially a REC purchase program. You're taking clean resources that have been procured by Duke, and the environmental attributes from those can be purchased by customers. And there's been some, I think, decent participation in that element of the program. It's very small. The second element, the GSA standard, I believe it's called, is a program that allows more of the type of pairing between customer and generation resource. But when the customer avails itself of that program, those megawatts count toward Duke's in tap. And so you're getting no additionality under that element. You're just allocating part of what Duke was otherwise going to do to a particular customer, which is completely, and Ms. Brewer can speak to this, that's just a non-starter. And that's why you've seen no customers participate in that program. The third element, which was developed with a lot of brain damage, frankly, is a so-called resource acceleration option, which was designed to try to address the additionality problem, has two really fundamental flaws. One, again, is size. It's 300 megawatts every 2 years. That doesn't get you one data center onto the system. It's just grossly inadequate in terms of size. The other problem that we've identified is that the only projects that are eligible to participate in that program are ones that have been through a competitive procurement process run by Duke and lost. And that dramatically limits the available pool of projects and does so in a way that completely fails to meet the needs of customers. So you've seen no participation there either. And I might note that Duke witness stuff in rebuttal to our testimony says, well, they've had some participation in that first option that I mentioned, the Express program, where they're just buying the RECs. So he says that indicates there must not be any interest in these other programs. And it's a bit like if you imagined selling tickets to a baseball game for $25 and selling tickets to a football game for $1,000. And you get a bunch of people going to the baseball games, nobody wants to go to the football game, and then saying, well, people must not be interested in football. You know, it's an unattractive, totally unacceptable offering. That's why people aren't participating, not because there's this limited other option that has got some interest.
Thank you for that, Mr. Littis. So to sum up what I think you said about the resource acceleration option is that the portion of the program that was that allows resources to be accelerated is both extremely small and also thus far not attractive to customers.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, it doesn't, what I'd just add to what Ms. Levitas said is yeah, in the fact that it only allows for projects that have basically haven't been selected through the RFP. It doesn't allow customers to be able to choose the types of technologies that they may want to do or the size of the projects that they may want. They're very, very limited in the pool of projects that are available to them.
Thank you for that. Mr. Levitas and Ms. Brewer, if you all know about this, are you familiar with, are you aware that as Duke has been procuring solar projects under the HB 951 program, there have been a number of projects that were contracted or selected in RFPs that terminated those PPAs or did not accept them. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that.
Okay, we think about that as attrition. And,
right.
I mean, that is a problem, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree, if you know, that at least some of that attrition, if not most of it, has been the result of those PPAs, those fixed price PPAs, becoming uneconomical for the suppliers as market conditions have changed?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that in the event, would you agree that in a customer program where the customer, the supplier, and the say the large load customer who needs the RECs or the power or the resource, where they have a bilateral contract or a trilateral contract with Duke, there is much more ability for those two parties to negotiate changes to the terms to account for these changing conditions?
Not only is there much more ability, but that has occurred to a significant extent here in North Carolina and elsewhere. And it goes to Chair Brawley's question earlier to, I believe, to Mr. Haggerty about attrition or certainty that projects will come online, which arises from a fundamental asymmetry or problem, which is we all know what's happened in the economy over the last 5 or 6 years, big spikes in interest rates, huge supply chain problems, and so forth, potentially siting issues. Well, think about what happens in that scenario. If, and we, as you know, in the case of solar, we have a legislatively mandated 55-45 split in ownership between Duke and third parties. If those events occur that I just described with respect to a Duke-owned project, Duke is going to come before this commission and seek cost recovery for whatever the increased costs are, and frankly, be entitled to recovery because they've acted in a reasonable and prudent way. They didn't cause interest rates to go up. They didn't cause some supply chain problem from the Far East. And so those projects will go forward without the problem of attrition. In a fixed price bid situation with a third party, there has been no mechanism to make any kind of price adjustment when those unexpected developments occur. There's been some discussion about that to try to work through that. But to Mr. Snowden, to your point, in the case of a bilateral price agreement between a supplier and a customer, those parties are free to negotiate in any way they choose to try to adjust that price in order to allow the project to go forward. And I can tell you for a fact that has happened in North Carolina and elsewhere extensively and has allowed Solar Resources through a voluntary customer program to be executed when they might not have been under general procurement.
Thank you for that, Mr. Levitas. And just to follow up on that, in that scenario, the cost to ratepayers did not increase at all.
Zero.
Okay, thank you. Last couple of questions. Mr. Levitas, you mentioned that you were part of it, as you have been involved in the design and evolution of the GSA program since about 2017, if not earlier.
I was actually involved in the first sort of pre-GSA project between the Google Lenore facility, which was done under a tariff that Duke had adopted at that time. I think it might have been the only project done under that tariff. And then I was heavily involved in the passage of House Bill 587 and the development of the subsequent GSA program, as well as representing the principal supplier to customers in that program, and then subsequently involved in 951 and the new program.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that at the time the GSA program or its predecessor was designed, we were in a period of relatively flat or potentially even negative load growth?
Yes.
Okay. So there was not the same urgency when the program was initially designed to rapidly add new resources to the system that we have now.
That's correct.
Okay. And for that reason, there was also not the same level of concern that we have now about ratepayer risk associated with long lead time resources.
That's also correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Duke did not have the same concerns about gas availability risk that it does now.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I think that's the case.
Understood. So when the GSA program was designed, the potential benefits to all ratepayers to all ratepayers, not just customers, of accelerating new clean energy resources were not really a significant consideration, were they?
I think that's right. Let me take a shot at answering your question this way, or maybe restating where I think you're trying to go. In earlier iterations of GSA, the principal concern was meeting the need of large customers who have, as Ms. Brewer can speak to much better than I can, significant corporate commitments to clean energy procurement. That was the overarching reason for having these programs. What I would submit now in this different environment that you're describing is that there are substantial benefits to the system and to other ratepayers from these programs beyond the original concept of simply meeting clean energy needs of particular customers. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Mr. Snowden.
Yes, sir.
You reserved 5 and you're over 15.
Oh, am I?
Could you?
I apologize. I have 2 more questions that should be very quick.
Okay, this is the second time you said 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I think there were 7 since you last said
I
that.
have been known to do that on occasion. I literally have.
Okay,
also,
wind it up, please.
Chair Barlow, we also note this is pretty friendly cross, and we haven't objected to this point, but with the efficiency of this hearing, and we would also ask that we expedite if possible, because
I
the Chair Barlow's
absolutely
admonition.
will. Okay, all right. Mr. Levitas, if you could answer this yes or no. Just to synthesize, part of what you said is that the GSA program was not designed to help with the challenge of meeting load growth.
I think that's a fair statement. The original GSA program.
Correct.
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. And as the Commission, Duke, and other stakeholders think about the development of new customer programs, would it be reasonable to review the structure of the program to see if some of those benefits of meeting new load growth can be captured and incentivized?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Appreciate your patience.
Public staff,
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Mr. Levitas, I'm going to refer back to some questions that Counsel for SIGFUR asked you where it was characterized that that the public staff had proposed a curtailment program in this docket. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the public staff is not proposing a curtailment program in this proceeding, but rather modeling existing curtailment provisions in existing ESAs?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. So to the extent that you agreed that there was a public staff's curtailment program subject to tech check, you're not aware that we're proposing one in this proceeding?
That's fair.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Duke is no, Mr. Dunbar, you have redirect.
I have just one clarification, Mr. Chair, on redirect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Levitas, when you were speaking with Mr. Snowden about the ability for the Clean Customer Tariff program to potentially mitigate attrition risk, do you recall that line of questioning? And I believe you said that the fact that this program would involve bilateral contracts between the large customer and the developer, that would help alleviate attrition, correct?
Correct.
And is it more accurate to say that technically this program would involve back-to-back contracts between the customer and Duke and the customer rather than bilateral contracts?
Yes, I didn't mean to suggest that that was the full scope of the contracting structure. These programs do involve a three-way agreement with multiple contract documents. But with respect to the price term that is paid by the participating customer for the generation, that is purely a negotiation between the supplier and the generator.
Right. But Duke will inevitably be involved in any final contracts under this program as SEBA's proposed it.
Correct. And I would just also note that given the 55-45 split, we have certainly recognized the possibility that some of these contracts may be directly between Duke and the large customer.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, sir. So commissioners' questions, I have some from staff. Mr. Levitas, your testimony states that participating large customers in your proposal should bear the full cost of the resources they bring to the system. How would all the transmission network upgrade costs and other system costs associated with these resources be assigned to those customers?
Thank you for that question, Chair Brawley. We have existing mechanisms. You and Duke have existing mechanisms for the allocation of transmission costs. And so the determination of what the appropriate share of the costs to be allocated to any generator or any customer are determined through those procedures, and whatever the results would be, that share would be assigned to the participating customer and paid by them. And I would just note that it's useful to differentiate between the costs of interconnecting the generation unit that would be serving that customer and the costs of interconnecting the customer's facility to the system. Those are two different things. If you're talking about connecting the customer's facility and potentially some impacts to the transmission system as well, those would be probably relatively simple to allocate to that customer. When you're talking about, anytime you're talking about putting new generation on the system, there's a fair amount of complexity in figuring out who the beneficiaries are, because it's not typically one generation unit, but we have lots of precedent for figuring out those allocations.
Mr. Levitas, public staff witness Thomas testified yesterday regarding his extended experience with the Green Source Advantage program and noted that any large customer interest must ultimately be translated into workable program design. He also expressed concerns that large corporate customers could effectively reserve lower cost system resources for themselves. What is your perspective on those concerns?
Well, first of all, let me say I have the highest respect for Mr. Thomas. He's a great professional and a long-time valuable asset of the public staff who I've enjoyed working with. On the first question, there are a lot of details to be worked out. We have not proposed at this time, and we have not asked you to, in this proceeding, to develop and adopt a full-fledged program. We've asked you to require Duke to file a new program. We've included some very high-level parameters that I think are not controversial as guidance, but the details that I think Mr. Thomas was referring to would be worked out in this follow-on proceeding. With respect to his second question, with all due respect, I think the issue that he has raised about the possibility of cherry picking of low-cost projects by large customers participating in this program is frankly a red herring. I would tell you, and as you've heard, I've been involved in these programs from the very beginning. I have not seen any evidence in now over really what's 12 years of working in customer programs in North Carolina of a single large customer trying to engage in any sort of cherry picking of cheap projects. In fact, I don't think in a single project I've been involved in did the customer conduct any sort of request for procurement to see, oh, let's see if we can find the cheapest project and snatch that up. They more typically did sole source selection, and they did that for a number of reasons. The most important considerations for these customers, and Ms. Baru may want to add to this, is they need a facility that matches their size, both from capacity and energy. Most of them tend to favor facilities that are near their manufacturing facility because they like the suggestion that they have a sort of proprietary interest in that facility, even though it's putting power on the grid and serving the system as a whole. They care a lot about the supplier, who the supplier is, what kind of history and track record they have, and the confidence that the customer can have that that project is going to come online in a timely fashion. They may be working with folks in other places around the country and have an established relationship. And they care about community engagement and community participation and how effective the developer is going to be at speaking to the needs of the community and not winding up with a bunch of opposition that causes the project to be killed. So I have seen zero evidence. The public staff has adduced zero evidence that this problem actually exists or has the potential to exist. And I would just say to you, with all due respect, that even if there were some potential, some possibility that maybe there would be some a cheap project somewhere that got picked up through this program. The risk of that occurring and the risk to ratepayers is dwarfed by the risk to ratepayers of not getting this program up and running with active participation. There are so many risks that you're facing in this proceeding. And this type of program is the single best way that you have to mitigate risks to ratepayers. And I'd be happy to talk about that more. So you've got a speculative red herring, undocumented concern versus very obvious risks that you're facing here in this proceeding that can be reduced by a program of this sort.
The only other thing I'd add to what Ms. Levitas said is that, a number of large C&I customers, especially data centers, are also really interested in clean firm resources. And so we have seen, particularly in the last year, a lot more investment in emerging technologies and new technologies. So those are actually the more expensive technologies, but they're interested in it from a clean firm perspective and for the reliability benefits they bring to the systems too.
I would also note, just to reiterate, that we anticipate that if this program is set up and running, that Duke will be a potential supplier to these large customers directly, not just third parties. And I think I would like to think Duke is not going to participate in some process of saying, well, let's just give all the best projects to these large customers and saddle our ratepayers with the most expensive ones. And I doubt you all would be very patient with that.
What safeguards should the commission adopt to ensure that the customer-sponsored resources under your proposal do not adversely affect the interconnection queue process in a manner that delays resources needed to meet Duke's broader reliability and resource adequacy obligations?
That's a good question. We don't address it in our testimony. My thought is simply that we have well-established interconnection procedures and priorities for coming into the queue and being considered in a cluster. So we're certainly not proposing that these projects be given priority with respect to interconnection, so they be treated the same way as everybody else. I do think that there's just as much likelihood that having additional projects on the system may help defray interconnection, including transmission upgrade cost, and to have a bigger universe of projects to spread those costs over and thereby save money for ratepayers.
And I just wanted to add and bring the point home that what we're proposing is system resources. So these would be resources that would be available to all ratepayers in the system.
All right, thank you. Other questions from other commissioners? Commissioner McKissick.
Mr. Levitis, in your testimony, you indicate that the type of clean customer tariff that's being proposed in this proceeding is similar to programs that have been adopted in Georgia, Minnesota, I believe Michigan as well. Could you speak to the success those states have seen? And I don't know how long those programs have been in existence, but perhaps that would give us some context for what North Carolina has the potential to attract in terms of additionality.
Well, I'm going to let Ms. Barua speak to Georgia, where she's been heavily involved and I believe testified down there, and then I'll say a word about North Carolina.
Yeah, and what I will say is for the Georgia program, this is a new program that actually just got approved by the commission. So, you know, it's going to be open for customers starting in July. So that is actually the newest program. However, the reason we raised it in our testimony is because Georgia is facing a lot of similar challenges with load growth and you know, the principles that we have proposed here are what the commission in Georgia you know, adopted and agreed to, and that were built into the design of the program. We did actually work very closely with Georgia Power. You know, so we had first proposed this program in the 2023 IRP, and it just got approved this year with work between CBA, a number of C&I customers, and Georgia Power to actually develop the details of the program, which just the details just got approved, I believe, last month, subject to check.
Okay, and in terms of Michigan, or I think
in Michigan,
Minnesota?
yeah. So
Yeah.
in Michigan, that's DTE Energy, and in Minnesota, that's XL Minnesota. Those are actually bilateral agreements that have, you know, in front of the commissions in those states. So they are not full programs yet. However, the reason we raised it that those programs is because those are examples of where Google is bringing both clean energy resources, solar, wind, storage, as well as making investments in energy efficiency measures in those states. And they are being, you know, they have been developed to seed a broader program that would be available to a larger set of customers. So the reason we include that in the testimony is examples. This is a nascent, you know, area right now, but I think there's a lot of potential for these kinds of programs. And I think this is the direction in which a lot of the programs, you know, to benefit the system, and with the large load that is being projected by a number of utilities across the country. These are the types of programs that we're seeing a lot of interest in from customers as well. And, you know, and again, in this, we are not proposing the details of the program. We are really just proposing the outline for a program that we feel that the commission should, you know, direct Duke to develop and file and work with stakeholders to really work through the details of what would be best for North Carolina.
And I would just add, Commissioner McKissick, that what we're proposing here, this is not a radical new idea. In addition to the precedent in other states, what we envision here is really quite similar to what's come before in North Carolina, both in the original GSA and the GSA choice. So the best way to think about this is making improvements to the existing offering so we actually get meaningful and significant participation. The one thing I'll just note that is innovative, because there's not a lot of precedent for demand side management EE investments by large customers. But I think you saw in testimony from several witnesses, I think Mr. Burgess from the Attorney General's office and others, this is kind of the hot new trend, because there's a recognition that with all of this huge projected growth in demand, we need to be doubling down and finding ways to extract the maximum benefits from demand side investments that we can. And this is a way for the first time to require a finite universe of large load customers to finance those investments rather than having them be paid for by general ratepayers.
And one of the things I'd say is I wouldn't characterize it necessarily as a hot trend. I think that it's really, the recognition that there's the ability to get near-term capacity through the system by investing in these types of programs. So before you go to building generation, you're actually getting the most efficiency from the existing system that you already have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess well, good morning. It's still morning. Yeah, good morning, both of you. Thank you for being here. As a follow-up to Chairman Brawley's point, are you saying that the customers under your proposal would pay for every cent of transmission upgrades?
That is allocated to their facility or their project?
Correct.
Correct, yes, every cent.
That is correct. So help me understand, Mr. Levitas, are we talking about a data center with diesel backup and then a big solar field behind that to save in transmission cost on their property? Is that kind of what we're looking at here?
I think the bulk of what would be done under this program, as has been the case with the prior GSA program under 589, is off-site supply resources. There's the potential for on-site as well. But if you think about the availability of land on site and the level of demand from these data centers, you're not likely to be able to come close to meeting the capacity and energy needs through an on-site facility.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. There's been discussion amongst councils and you about the term behind the meter, and that makes everybody nervous, especially when you got a vertically integrated utility. But what you're talking about doing would have no impact on that term at all, would it?
No, sir, I don't believe so. And we're not proposing anything that is in the nature of third-party sales or customer choice. So behind the meter resources would have to be owned by the facility, not by a third party under North Carolina law.
Okay.
Well, and the resources that we're suggesting are not behind the meter resources. This would be investing in utility scale resources that would be system resources. So it's not behind the meter.
Okay, and then one last question. You have implemented this beginning in July in Georgia. This proposal that you have in front of us, would that require any legislative changes in North Carolina?
No, I believe you have full authority, as evidenced by the fact that you've got a program in place today to implement a voluntary customer program of this sort. There, as I think I mentioned, there is movement around the country to more of a sort of various mandates on large load customers, whether it's curtailment mandates or bring your own generation mandates. I think that's what Utah has now done. All of that's been done by legislation. I think if there were going to be movement to a mandatory regime, I do think you probably need legislation for that. But what we're talking about is very much in the same ballpark as programs that have previously been adopted by this commission under existing legislative authority.
And what you're proposing does not impact the 55-45 split?
Well, my answer to that is a little complicated, so bear with me. So the 951 requires that any resources that are added as part of the carbon plan be split 55-45. Doesn't say anything about other resources that may be added for other reasons. It specifically says that if there's any solar added in a customer program, that has to be subject to a 55-45 split. There's in the existing GSA choice program, there was discussion with Duke and the public staff about whether every program offering had to be precisely split 55-45, or whether it would be sufficient to effectuate that split over all the programs, including the competitive procurement. Well, I think we're indifferent on that issue, but I think there's at least some precedent in the thinking from the public staff and Duke that what the law requires is that you get 55-45 overall, and every single program doesn't have to precisely meet that. But if I'm wrong about that, that's not a concern to us. But I'm just trying to give you a complete answer to your question.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay. Commissioner Gaida? All right, questions on commissioner questions?
No questions.
Got one in the back.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Brawley, Ethan Blumenthal on behalf of NCSEA, and I think I, by a couple of seconds, can say good morning. Just a couple of quick questions following up on, I believe, some of what came from Chair Brawley and some from Commissioner Tucker regarding this proposal. I believe you just testified that this is, at least in part, aimed at utility scale resources. Am I right to say, I believe in your testimony, you talk about it also potentially applying to energy efficiency or demand side resources as well, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So on the supply side, it's utility scale. So I'll clarify. On the supply side, it's utility scale resources. And on the demand side, it could be an aggregation of smaller, solar storage on residential. We've given a number of options. So that could be behind the meter resources that are getting aggregated as well on the demand side.
Thank you. And these resources called by various different names probably, but would you consider some of them to be non-wire alternative, for instance?
That could be part of the suite of resources, yes.
Great. Thank you. And are you aware, I believe my co-counsel previously had asked for judicial notice of the Commission Rule R8-60A regarding these proceedings, that the rules for this commission require consideration of non-wires alternatives, potentially in their ability to offset transmission constraints. Do you think that some of these more demand side resources could have transmission benefits potentially?
Yeah, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right. And then just following up on some of the cost and the credits that would come through for how these the costs of these programs and then the benefits would then accrue. I believe you testified that the benefit would be based off of avoided cost, roughly.
Are you talking about the demand side
Yeah.
investments?
Generally.
As I mentioned, this is a relatively new concept, hasn't been done in North Carolina before. And so we have proposed a way of addressing that, which makes sense to us, but certainly is subject to discussion in a follow-on proceeding. And what we proposed is that if a large customer under this program spends money to make investments, residential, commercial, industrial, energy efficiency investments at their cost, they don't automatically recoup their costs. Duke does today, as I understand it. Duke recoups their costs and gets a percentage of the system benefits that accrue from those investments. What we proposed is that we would get a credit back. We'd foot the whole bill. We're also still paying our full electric bill, so we don't want to pay twice, so we have to get a credit back, and that credit would be equal to the net system benefit. So we would only see a credit back in the event that the benefits were more than twice of what our costs are. Because to get a net system benefit that exceeds our cost, it has to be, the net has to be twice our cost. So it's, we thought, a very generous to the ratepayers in that sense, and that we're not looking to be reimbursed for those investments unless they deliver substantial benefits.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Dunbar, do you have any?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for accommodating our schedule, Mr. Chair.
All right. At this point, I think we'll adjourn until 1:25 and resume at that time. Thank you. Go back on the record. I understand there's a procedural question first.
Mr. Chair, simply a request that SEBA's witnesses Barua and Levitas be excused.
They are excused.
Thank you.
Chair Brawley?
Yes, who's?
Mr. Direct.
Mr. Jarrett.
This is not a formal request for the commission, but more wanted to just flag for the commission the fact that the pace of our hearing continues to slow relative to the timeline estimates we had from parties. And we are starting to have some concerns. We may run into some challenges to complete the set of panels that need to be completed by the end of the day on Friday. Of course, we defer to the chair and the commission in terms of how the hearing runs. I guess our ask would be of all parties to seek the efficiency of the remainder of this day to the greatest extent possible so that we can have the best chance of completing the panel lists, both intervener and company that need to be completed before the end of the day tomorrow. And so it's not a formal ask of the commission, but more an observation and a request for efficiency from the parties to the greatest extent possible.
If I may use a phrase a friend of mine used to use, from your lips to God's ear. Are there any other issues which we need to address? All right, Sigfer, Mr. Fitzhenry.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. At this time, Sigford would call Colin T. Fitzhenry to the stand.
Okay. Would you place your left hand on the Bible, or do you prefer to be sworn or affirmed?
Sworn in is fine.
Would you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fitzhenry, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Colin Timothy Fitzhenry. My business address is 16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Suite 140, Chesterfield, Missouri, 63017.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a principal at Brubaker and Associates.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on March 30th, 2026, direct testimony consisting of 30 pages, one appendix consisting of 3 pages, and 2 exhibits pre-marked as CTF1 and CTF2?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to your direct testimony at this time?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appeared in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And did you cause to be pre-filed a summary of your direct testimony in docket number E-100 sub 207A on June 5th, 2026?
Yes.
And is the testimony set forth in your summary true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Chair Brawley, at this time, I would ask that the direct testimony and summary of witness Fitzhenry be entered into the record as, excuse me, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. At this time, the witness is available for cross-examination.
You want to go ahead and order the pre-filed testimony into the record before cross? We've been doing that all day. Why don't we keep doing it?
Then I did not get ahead of myself. At this time, I would move the direct testimony and summary of witness Fitzhenry be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. And I would also move that the witness summary pre-filed on his behalf would be entered into the record at the appropriate time.
Okay, I will identify direct testimony of Colin Fitzhenry, 30 pages, 1 appendix, 2 exhibits with confidential information as filed March 30, 2026, and a witness summary filed June 5th, 2026. Without objection, will be admitted to the record as if administered orally or presented orally from the stand today.
And Mr. Chairman, I would also ask that the pre-filed exhibits be marked as pre-marked when filed.
So ordered. And when this witness finishes, if you'd like to go ahead and move in the direct testimony of Brad Muller into the record.
I would be happy.
Since
to do
he's
that.
been excused, we'll do that next.
All right. Well, at this time, Chair Brawley, witness Fitzhenry is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Okay, I've got to find you on the chart, sir. Okay, CCBA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fitzhenry. I'm John Burns. I represent Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association, or CCBA. I just have a few questions for you, primarily looking at the natural gas issues that you testified to in your testimony. It's your analysis, and I believe your testimony, that gas fuel cost risk and gas delivery risk are both risks that Duke's proposals need to adjust to, right?
That's correct.
And natural gas is a traded commodity that's price fluctuates on a market, right?
That's correct.
And if you're going to run a gas CC or a CT to serve customers or serve customer load, it's going to be subject to that commodity price to run that CC or CT.
That's also correct.
And so it's end customers that pay the delivered fuel cost and are subject to increases resulting from the market, right?
Yes.
And does firm transportation necessarily insulate customers from that cost volatility?
No, it does not. As I discussed in my testimony, there is additional fuel costs that could be incurred even under a firm transportation contract. Certainly the commodity price and supply price, as well as the basis price, is also fluctuating under a firm transportation cost contract. In addition, even a firm transportation customer could be subject to potential additional costs, under operational flow orders or in certain operating circumstances.
And not only does that perhaps affect the cost, it also might affect whether that gas is delivered at all.
Potentially, yes.
And does Duke's firm transportation guarantee delivery during a force majeure event or when the pipeline reaches capacity?
No, it does not. During a force majeure event, in certain events, even under a firm transportation contract, the natural gas pipeline is not obligated to, deliver gas under certain circumstances. But, those would be generally extreme circumstances.
Okay. And also in Duke's plan is what's been discussed as ELNG or enhanced liquid natural gas, right?
That's correct.
And liquid natural gas is also a globally traded commodity, isn't it?
It is.
And it's subject to even a greater degree. Is it subject to even greater degree of price volatility than domestic dry gas, pipeline gas?
I would say it's subject to different types of volatility. Certainly, as a globally traded commodity, certain geopolitical events could, impact the price of liquefied natural gas that we don't necessarily see impact the price of dry natural gas.
Would such a thing as the Iran war that has been in the news recently, would that affect international liquefied natural gas pricing?
Yeah, as I show in my testimony on page 24, table 3, I show the changes to both LNG pricing and the Henry Hub spot price through a period of February 10th through March 16th. This period is, of course, when the Iran war, started approximately towards the end of February. And that table reflects the changes to those commodity prices as a result of that event.
Okay. Now, Duke's plan models gas prices using a set of scenario projections, and you discussed that on page 25 of your testimony, right?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, their modeling does not capture the kind of price spikes seen in 2022 or in early 2026.
That's correct. I don't believe that the forecasted prices reflect the full volatility that we've seen in the recent natural gas commodity markets.
As a result, is it also your view that the ELCC value that Duke assigns to new gas is overstated?
No, I do not make that recommendation.
Do you state that the model assumes delivery of firm transportation contracts, but it doesn't guarantee during peak gas and power demand that delivery will occur on page 25?
That's correct.
Okay. And in lines 20 to 23 of page 25, you say the effective load carrying capability value of natural gas resources should be adjusted to accurately reflect their ability to operate during periods of simultaneous peak power and gas demand. Is that what you?
That's correct.
Okay. I may have slightly misstated what you said, but that's your testimony there on those lines, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in rebuttal, Duke contends that the ELNG facilities that they seek to build will serve as a large-scale storage and hedge against those price increases. Do you agree with me that that's a fair characterization of their testimony?
Yes, I do.
And if that's the case, what they're saying is that they can buy liquid natural gas when it's at a lower cost point and use it later when gas prices may have otherwise risen. Is that right?
That's not my understanding of their testimony. I believe what they're stating is that they can purchase dry natural gas and then convert it to liquefied natural gas at times that, it's a lower cost in the market.
Okay, and use it when the price spikes otherwise. Because they'll have stored it at a lower.
That's their position, correct?
Okay. Wouldn't it save costs in a very similar way for the system to be able to draw upon energy resources that do not incur fuel costs at all during times when gas prices spike?
Yeah, I think generally, I think part of my recommendation here in this testimony is that, fuel diversity and supply diversity is an important component to ensure that you don't have too much exposure to any one commodity market.
Okay, now switching gears slightly, one of your recommendations is that large customers should be permitted to work with Duke on co-location and bring your own generation arrangements. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Under such a model, a large customer can bring a dedicated generation to serve its own load?
Yes, that's what I'm proposing here.
All right. And to the extent a customer serves its own load with customer-sited generation, that's load the Duke system does not necessarily have to build new generation to serve. Is that right?
That's also correct.
And you recommend that customers may be responsible for the cost of that new generation, for the constructing it and interconnecting it?
Yes, I do.
And so some customer-sited resources can delay or avoid some capital-intensive utility projects. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would agree.
Chair Brawley, we're clearly in a friendly cross. Mr. Burns' client has recommended customer-sited programs in their testimony. He's now eliciting testimony about those same programs on the exact same issue that his client has already offered testimony in this case. This is kind of an example, I think, where we're losing some of the efficiencies that could be gained in this proceeding.
I'm very close to wrapping up, Mr. Chairman, and this may be the first time that SIGFR and CCBA have been accused of friendly cross-examination. But to the extent we agree, I'll move forward.
Make it quick.
I'll get it done. Yes, sir. I'm looking through Mr. Durack to try to skip over some questions for you.
Thank you.
Is it your recommendation that Duke's modeling quantify how much utility generation could be deferred or avoided by customer-sited resources?
What page are you looking at?
I think it's on page 4, lines 2 to 4. Just for the purposes of future IRPs, I think.
Yes, I would generally agree with that statement.
In your opinion, should bring your own generation and customer co-location be included as a primary planning tool, something that's looked at as part of the IRP rather than a secondary option?
Yeah, absolutely. I think given the current environment, all options should be on the table to help ensure resource adequacy in North Carolina.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Environmental defense, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Ben Smith from the Environmental Defense Fund. As a fellow St. Louisan, welcome to Raleigh. Be careful, you might end up staying.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
I have just a couple questions because Mr. Burns did a good job of covering my second set. On page 3, lines 13 to 17, one of your recommendations describes some shortcomings with generic models. Can you talk a little bit about what generic modeling means and sort of what your recommendation is trying to get at?
Yeah, so specifically what I'm addressing there is the evaluation of generic resources to be included in future years of the resource plan. So in my analysis, what I did was I compared the assumed install cost, which is essentially the total capital cost of the investment on a per kilowatt basis, and compared that to recent market actual market examples, based on in other jurisdictions where commissions have recently approved cost estimates for new generating resources. And what I've shown is that there is a significant disparity between the cost that Duke was modeling for its generic resource assumptions and the actual market cost of resources that are being estimated and approved in CPC and CPC type proceedings today. And my concern being there, that is, if we're not getting that, modeling those resources accurately, we could be developing a resource plan that doesn't adequately reflect the actual cost of those resources. In addition to that, I have general concerns about, the inclusion of certain transmission and ancillary costs, including that are required to bring those resources to Duke's system that aren't being fully reflected by modeling.
And for the generic modeling for pricing and building the resources, do you find any distinction between resources that are the near-term resources versus the long lead resources?
Could you clarify that question? I'm sorry.
I guess I'm just asking, to the extent that that we're planning over a 15-year horizon, do these does the sort of discrepancy between real world pricing and the generic pricing, does it increase with a larger window of time?
Well, I think that, given a longer period, it becomes more difficult to accurately forecast those costs. But, what I would say is about the cost today, right? The market that's influencing the cost of these resources today, where there's extremely high demand, low supply environment. For these types of, very intricate, resources like gas combustion turbines, large transformers, these types of supply constraints don't get alleviated over just a couple of years. Given the demand growth, we're not just seeing, domestically, but internationally, the expectation would be that, some of these doubling and tripling of resource costs that we've seen that occur over the past 5 years will likely exist for, decades.
Thank you. And then my last question, it does fall on sort of on top of Mr. Burns is asking about, with respect to large customer supply options. Do you have recommendations for other utilities or markets where you've seen better programs that might be something we can look at in the Carolinas?
Yeah, sure. So I will speak from just recent experience. I was, recently involved in an Oregon proceeding related to their direct access program. So like North Carolina, Oregon's also a regulated market, right? So they don't have, deregulated power supply, but nonetheless, they've introduced a direct access program. And I mentioned direct access in here. And what this essentially allows customers to do is to seek generating resources that might not be within the Duke service territory, or maybe they are, but they're just not particularly owned by Duke. In those circumstances, customers would still be, those customers, contracting for those resources would still be subject to all the incremental cost of, connecting to that resource. They would be, subject to all the capacity cost of acquiring those resources, the wheeling cost of bringing that power to that customer, and they'd still be subject to any sort of additional cost under a traditional cost of service model. So this simply doesn't just, what it essentially does, it allows this customer to procure capacity directly, and it avoids those capacity costs to be shared by all Duke customers, because that customer was able to procure capacity directly from, another entity.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Sace et al.
No questions.
Thank you. Public staff.
Thank you, Chairman. Will Freeman for the public staff. Thank you for being here. You'd agree with me that Transco Zone 5 serves Duke's North Carolina service territory?
I do.
And you'd agree with me that Transco Zone 5 is a heavily utilized pipeline?
Yes.
You have a neat chart on page 23 of your testimony that shows the utilization of Zone 5. What does that tell you about the ability to run new CCs, CTs, and fill a ELNG facility?
Well, what this figure shows on figure CTF3 on page 23, it shows the utilization rate of that pipeline. And this data was taken from S&P Market Intelligence. So what they're doing is they're looking at, daily usage of that pipeline. And what it's showing is that in recent years, the Transco Zone 5 segment has, hovered around 85 to 95%. And it should be noted that, Transco Zone 5 is just one zone of the Transco pipeline. There's several additional zones upstream where, that capacity is also being procured by additional, utilities and additional customers. So as it stands right now, the available capacity on that particular pipeline is limited to serve additional customers.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No
Nothing
questions,
to do?
beginners.
Okay, then recross or redirect?
No redirect.
Okay, commissioners commit questions. Excuse me, I have a few provided to me by staff. Mr. Fitzhenry, your testimony ranks Duke against 140 utilities using a hypothetical 50 megawatt customer with a 90% load factor. Why did you select that particular customer profile, and how representative is it of Duke's actual industrial customer base?
I didn't do any direct comparison of this particular load profile compared to other industrial customers in Duke's service territory. Where this data is taken from, Edison Electric Institute's rate books, right? This is a widely utilized industry resource. And in fact, I'm fairly certain Duke themselves have used this resource in the past to make, rate comparison analysis. And in particular, I think they have two customer types under industrial, right? One being, well, I don't recall the exact billing determinants of the other customer class, but generally speaking, the 50 megawatt, 90% load factor customer, in my experience, has been more indicative of a large industrial customer than the other billing determinants provided. So it was really just a choice between two options, and I settled on, this particular option as being more representative of a large industrial.
Okay. In their rebuttal, Duke states they were unable to replicate your analysis. When Duke requested support for your calculations and discovery, were you able to provide the underlying Edison Electric Institute data and methodology necessary to replicate your results?
Yes, I was. I provided that work paper and all the links and formula that developed those particular figures. That work paper was provided in response to discovery. Essentially, what it does is that EEI produces two rate books in any given year, a summer rate book and a winter rate book, right? Both those rate books are essentially representative of a single month of the expected price from these 140 utilities across the country, right? And so what we do to annualize those costs is assume that that the given industrial customer would be served by the summer rate 4 months out of the year. And that's because that's mostly reflective of, how most rate design works in most jurisdictions. Lots of times in most jurisdictions, they'll have 4 summer months and then they'll have an off season, which consists of 8 months, right? So we use a weighting of 4 months summer, 8 months winter to develop this annualized rate. But that's clearly shown in the workbook and the Excel workbook, and all the formula and data inputs were provided to replicate the results that I produce here.
Okay. Your testimony recommends that the commission implement an enforceable rate mitigation trigger under which Duke would be required to file an application proposing measures to restore industrial rates to the top quartile if they fall outside of that range for 2 consecutive years. Can you elaborate on what you mean by an enforceable rate mitigation trigger and how you envision the commission implementing such a requirement in practice?
Sure. So what I would suggest with that, there would be some sort of annual requirement for Duke to update the commission on the most recent, cost competitiveness of its rates using, a similar methodology as I propose here, using, a third-party publication that's, widely acceptable, like the EEI rate books. And should it ever fall outside, that top 25 or top quartile for 2 consecutive years, it would trigger, essentially, a docket or require the commission to pursue an investigation into, why there's been degradation in the competitiveness of Duke's rates. and to, as a result of that docket, look at solutions to ensure that, to return Duke to rate competitiveness.
Okay. Can you point the commission to any other state or jurisdiction in the country that applies such a rate mitigation trigger for industrial rates?
I'm not sure I can speak to one that operates in this manner. I know that in other jurisdictions, there's something like, rate of return triggers or return on equity triggers, where those are monitored on an annual basis. And, should the utility earn above a certain amount on, its return on equity above a certain threshold within a certain range of what's authorized, they could automatically trigger a mechanism to refund some of that to the customer. So while it's not similar to that, but there is, mitigation measures that are operate in other jurisdictions that where, it works in the same manner. There's an annual filing depending on where that metric falls. It automatically triggers a mechanism to, investigate the matter or, credit customers.
Okay, sir. Your testimony expresses concern that North Carolina is losing its industrial rate competitiveness and that Duke's rates are becoming less attractive relative to other utilities. At the same time, Duke is projecting unprecedented levels of economic development and large growth across its service territories. How do you square your concerns regarding industrial competitiveness with the substantial load growth and business investment that the company is currently forecasting?
Yeah, it's difficult to balance those two concerns, right? I think, back to, part of all the generation that Duke constructed in the 60s and 70s to accommodate, residential cooling demand. And while those generation, did raise costs at a time because Duke was seeing 7 to 8%, increases in peak demand year over year. In today's environment, we're still relying on a lot of that generation to reliably supply power. Nuclear generation in particular, I was just participating in Duke's Resource Planning 2026 workshops, and they had mentioned that their existing nuclear fleet was upgraded in the previous year to provide additional capacity, more capacity than it's ever provided before. In addition to that, that nuclear fleet operated with a 97% capacity factor last year. So we have to balance both concerns at the same time, right? Because we want to be able to, because Duke wants to be able to continue to attract new customers, but at the same time, in order to attract those customers, you have to be able to build generation as well. So what I'm proposing here is, not that Duke doesn't go out and, construct the generation needed to serve these customers, but let's make sure all options are on the table, whether that be, new nuclear technologies or some of these supply side options, demand response, bring your own generation, co-location, direct access programs to help mitigate those costs. And I think if, a balanced approach would be one that considers all these options and put all these options on the table, simultaneously.
All right. Thank you, sir. Questions from other commissioners? Okay. Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzhenry, for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Interesting testimony. Lots of different things there. I don't have any questions that are provided. I just got my good old boy questions that I think about as I've read some of your testimony, not all of it. But if you were in Duke's position and you had signed ESAs and had brought on the opportunity to serve 2 gigawatts of generation for data centers, what would be the resource that you would plan?
Well, I think I honestly I wouldn't really look at those particular 2 gigawatts and make a decision solely based on the load profile of those particular customers. I think resource planning should be done by looking at the current resource portfolio and how those 2 particular customers change the overall load profile of Duke. certainly, bringing on high load factor customers would generally necessitate the need for high capacity factor generation. I think if you did least cost resource planning modeling right, and that the results of that modeling didn't prove that out, I would be concerned about the inputs that led you to that conclusion. I think it's natural to think that the generation profile which should match your load profile, right? So in this particular instance, if Duke's load profile is turning to more be a higher have a higher load factor, then you'd think higher capacity factor resources would be more inclined, more able to serve that type of load profile.
So the high factor resources would be what?
I mean, high capacity factor resources, certainly nuclear. I think I just mentioned that, Duke's capacity of entire fleet of, I think, 11 nuclear units across 6 cities had a 97% capacity factor. So that's not just saying they operated 97% of the time. That means they operated within 97% of their operating capacity, and 8,760 hours throughout the whole year. So, I mean, I think that's a very impressive figure, and that's a fleet that's was, again, like I said, built in the 60s and 70s to accommodate the type of increasing demand that we're seeing today, right? 7 to 8% peak demand growth year over year. So I know that nuclear technologies have been not looked at in a long time, but I think I imagine that when the commission was looking at what technologies do we need to do in order to make sure we can keep the lights on in the 60s and 70s, they weren't afraid to make that jump to was considered kind of a scary technology at the time. But now we have lots more nuclear options on the table too. So yeah, I think that would be my.
So your choice would be nuclear and not natural gas. Now.
Well, I wouldn't advocate for just any one resource, but I absolutely think that nuclear should be considered on the table. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not, Council Burns and Smith kind of went over the gas situation, but you talk about it a great deal in your testimony. You find that Duke building 6 or 7 CCCTs and dependent upon natural gas, and your comments about Transco and capacity, et cetera, that is shaky at best?
Yeah, I think it is shaky. I mean, I think, what Duke is proposing here largely is in order to firm up those, transportation constraints is to rely on what's not really necessarily a proven technology as well, right? EL and NG. Certainly, we have other facilities across the United States that, convert dry natural gas into liquefied natural gas, and that can be pre-vaporized. I'm not disputing that process, but we are, looking at implementing it midstream in the pipeline, which isn't really widely deployed, not really commercially deployed that I'm aware of. And I think, trying to determine whether that's going to be a cost-effective solution versus an alternative resource such as maybe nuclear, a new nuclear technology that also maybe hasn't been necessarily proven, but has served Duke reliably, for the last 50 years. Looking at the comparison of those two resource types, I think I wouldn't say that, it's almost like Duke is proposing to kind of be more of a first mover on this technology, but they're not willing to be a first mover on new nuclear technologies. And I think given the load growth that we're seeing in North Carolina, I wouldn't propose I don't think we should look at resource portfolios where all options aren't considered.
Okay. Does bring your own generation and behind the meter mean the same thing to you?
No, not necessarily. Bringing your own generation could be a behind the meter facility, certainly, but in other instances, it could just be, helping with the capital cost of constructing new generation, right? In that instance, it's saying, either in partnership with Duke or maybe without Duke, saying that, we understand there's it's just a very capital intensive environment to construct this new generation. We need a lot of capacity. We're going to pay for half the capital cost for it, right? And that really alleviates the cost for additional other customers, because now that half the capital cost of that new resource is not going into rate base, and it's not going to increase revenue requirement. So that's why I look at, bring your own generation. It can be behind the meter, but doesn't have to be. It has some more to do with the, the financial implications of new generating resources.
You cited the example of Oregon and bring your own generation. Who owns the generation there? Does the Oregon Power owns the generation?
They do. So, yeah, Pacific Power or Portland PG&E, they operate in a very similar manner to Duke. They are the they own the distribution, they own the power. It's a vertically integrated utility. They operate in a regulated environment, but nonetheless, the commission thought it would be in the best interest of customers to allow certain customers to go out and have direct access to capacity from a retail energy provider or a similar entity. So and again, like I said, that doesn't alleviate that customer from paying its cost of service. It's still a cost of service customer, just like every other customer is, and but they're able to kind of avoid having to procure some of that capacity, from their distribution utility by directly contracting with another supplier. So
okay, you talk a little bit about the lack of focus by Duke, in my opinion, that you assert in your testimony about power stability, harmonics, frequency, and those things are all very much required without any power interruption, especially for data centers. You kind of imply that Duke is resource planning, but they don't put much into the discussion about power quality.
That's right.
For industrial customers and/or data centers. What can you share with us on that?
Sure. So I think, in Duke's resource planning right now, they look at reliability, right, from a resource adequacy standpoint. So they assume that on a 10-year period, if this scenario is able to provide power for, in all instances in the 10 years, except for one time, one instance of loss of load over a 10-year period, then it's adequate. It's reliable, right? But there's whole nother side of that equation that's not really being considered, and that is the quality of that power, right? So, as we kind of see when the resource mix changes over time, and given the current market environment, there could be, significant resource change, especially when we see, retirement of a lot of inertia-based generation resources, resources with like prime movers, like a turbine that can, spin, a generator and, help control frequency on the grid. When we're seeing retirements of those types of resources that are being generally replaced with an inverter-based resource, we don't have the same voltage stability, right? And what Duke's resource plan right now doesn't contemplate is whether the future resource mix will diminish the power quality or degrade the power quality on the Duke's current system. Now, maybe for the average customer, having a little light flicker is not a big deal, but for CPIRP members who have very sophisticated industrial equipment, that could be, a very capital intensive replacement if we don't preserve power quality. So it's not necessarily saying we got a problem that's got to be fixed, but if we're going to plan to ensure reliability, why aren't we also planning to ensure that power quality remains, up to a sufficient level? And that could be done in any number of circumstances. Certainly, from the resource planning perspective, I think, we could include these modeling techniques that I proposed here in future resource plans. In addition to that, in a lot of jurisdictions, the utilities are required to report on power quality metrics in an annual report. So they provide a reliability and power quality report. It looks at the worst performing circuits. It measures voltage harmonics. It measures, voltage regulation. So whether we've seen, voltage at the transmission or subtransmission service level outside IEEE, requirements. So I think all these things are, very important. in a lot of ways, just as important reliability, because I mean, maybe the light doesn't turn off, but even if you're at home and the power quality is, damaging equipment or in an industrial process, like I said, there's still an economic cost to that. And it could certainly impact, the company's ability to continue to acquire new business if, the power quality is bad. So I think it's a very important measure as well.
Okay, switching horses, last question. You talk about in your testimony about the fact that the resource planning understates the cost of the resources, and that if I recall correctly, that with inflation, transformer long lead times, turbines, et cetera, by the time they get around to Duke or anyone else to installing these projects, that the cost goes up. And some of that is not taken into consideration when we do cost analysis for resource planning. And you state, I believe, that there should be accompanied with that a customer bill impact statement as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think those, recommendations kind of go hand in hand, as you just suggested, right? If we're not, estimating the cost of these resources adequately, how are we ensuring that the bill impact estimates provided by the company accurately reflect the cost of adding these new resources, right? I think, the commission should be provided, to the extent possible, forecasting is hard, but as accurate of results as possible, right? And that way, when you're making your assessment of a resource plan and looking at these cost impacts on a present value revenue requirement replacement, they should be, fully reflective of the actual cost of resource procurement. And they shouldn't, in my analysis here, what I'm suggesting is that really they kind of underestimated those costs.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, questions on commissioner questions?
I just have one if no other parties do.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Mr. Fitzhenry, do you recall Chair Brawley asking you a couple of questions about Duke's testimony where they could not replicate the results of your rate analysis?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree that on June 16th, Duke filed corrected rebuttal testimony for their bill impacts and large load benefits panel that deleted the statement that they were unable to replicate the results of your analysis?
That's my recollection.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Fitzhenry, you're excused, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ledford, let's go ahead and enter the direct testimony of your witness, Mueller.
Yes, sir. And also at this time, Chair Brawley, Sigfer would move the admission of what was pre-marked as exhibits CTF-1 and CTF-2 that were attached to witness Fitzhenry's testimony.
Okay. Without objection, they are so ordered.
And then Sigfer would also ask to move the direct testimony of Sigfer witness Mueller, consisting of 23 pages and an appendix of 3 pages that was filed on March 30th, 2026, into the record as if given orally from the stand.
That will be without objection. The direct testimony of Brad Miller, excused witness, 23 pages, 1 appendix. It's confidential, as filed March 30, 2026. Also, you want the witness summary?
Yes, please.
Okay, without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Seba.
Mr. Chair, Seba calls Ivan Erlov to the stand.
Okay. Do you wish to be sworn or affirmed?
Sworn is good, sir.
All right, put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You're a witness, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erlob. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Ivan Erlob.
And by whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed, self-employed as principal of Erlob Strategies and also Director of Energy and Infrastructure for New Energy Economics National Nonprofit.
And what is your business address?
104 Juniper Court, Carborough, North Carolina, 27510.
Did you sponsor direct testimony in this matter on behalf of SEBA that was pre-filed on March 30th, 2026, which consisted of 65 pages of testimony and 4 exhibits?
Yes.
And did your testimony contain confidential information?
Yes.
If I asked you the questions that appear in your direct testimony today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And did you also cause a summary of your direct testimony to be filed with the commission on June 10th, 2026 in this matter?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I would move for the admission of Mr. Erlob's direct testimony on behalf of SEBA and ask that it be entered into the record as if orally given from the stand, and also move for the admission of the summary prepared for Mr. Erlob's testimony.
Okay, the direct testimony of Ivan Erlob consisting of 65 pages, 4 exhibits, including confidential information as filed March 30, 2026, and witness summary filed June 10th, 2026, will be identified and without objection admitted to the record as if given orally from the stand today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Erlob is available for cross and commissioner questions.
Okay, Sigfer.
Mr. Chairman, Sigford does not have any questions.
Thank you. Public staff.
Thank you. Will Freeman for the public staff. Mr. Erlob, thank you for coming. You would agree with me that by the mid-2030s, the amount of energy served by natural gas will more than double and will be nearly 50% of Duke's system energy will come from natural gas generation.
Yes, that's consistent with what I observed in my testimony.
And you observed that in the Southeast, there were something like 13 CCs and 18 CTs planned to come online by 2028, 2032 time period.
Can you point me to where I observed that?
Pages 52 and 53.
Yeah, 18 CTs and 13 CCs.
I apologize if I misspoke. All of those are going to need natural gas.
I did not double check to see if there was any kind of early stage co-firing with hydrogen, for example, in any of those units, but I would assume so.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Oh, okay.
All right. Recross or redirect, excuse me.
No redirect, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions for Mr. Erlob. Sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
Brilliant testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for a wonderful experience.
All right. Said all.
Excuse me, Chair Brawley.
Yes.
Yesterday, I tried to move in the pre-filed testimonies of witness Rabago and Lynn at NCSA, and you told me to wait till the appropriate time. I think now that that might be now.
Well, I'll tell you what. Tell me again who we're talking about.
Yes, NCSA witness.
Okay, yeah, I found it. Excuse me, Lynn and Rabago.
Yes, sir.
Okay, make your motion, sir.
At this time, NCSA would like to move in the pre-filed direct testimony of Carl R. Rabago, consisting of 68 pages and 6 exhibits, into the record.
Okay. The direct testimony of Carl R. Rabago, 64 pages, 6 exhibit is filed on March 30, 2026 with witness summary June 11th, 2026. Without objection, is identified and admitted as if given orally from the stand today.
And then also NCSA witness Lynn, pre-filed direct testimony of 27 pages, 6 exhibits, and witness Lynn's testimony contains highly confidential and confidential information. May that be moved into the record.
Direct testimony of Albert Lynn, 26 pages, 6 exhibits, highly confidential, is filed March 30, 2026, and witness summary June 11th, 2026. Without objection, is ordered admitted as if given orally from the stand.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chair Brawley, I don't mean to.
Are we at
I just want to make sure I don't miss an opportunity to move some more witness. We were done alphabetically after the witnesses. We just moved in, I believe. So this is the appropriate time.
Well, actually, what I had told him was when it came up in the normal rotation, which it didn't, but I figured it was quicker to move them in than argue about it. So, Mr. Neal, I'll tell you, I'll promise that you'll get the chance. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. David Neal for Sace et al. We called Dr. Maria Rampani to the stand.
Would you prefer to be affirm or to swear?
Swear.
Okay, if you'll put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
As I understand, you have flown in from Greece.
I have.
I want to thank you for that effort. I think you get the award for the longest trip to
Thank you.
Raleigh.
I'm glad to be here.
Okay. Sir?
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Please state your name, title, and business address for the record.
My name is Maria Rumpani. I am a partner at Current Energy Group. My business address is 4764 East Sunrise Drive, Unit 508 in Tucson, Arizona.
And by whom are you employed?
I am a partner at Current Energy Group.
On March 30th, 2026, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 179 pages with 1 exhibit in both confidential and public redacted versions?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
No.
If the questions put to you in your testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And did you prepare a summary of your testimony that was filed on June 10th?
Yes.
Chair Brawley, I would move to have Dr. Rampani's pre-filed direct testimony and summary entered into the record as though given orally from the stand, and to have the exhibit attached to her pre-filed testimony also entered into the record.
Okay, the direct testimony of Dr. Maria Rumpani, 79 pages, 1 exhibit, confidential, is filed March 30, 2026, and witness summary filed June 10th, 2026, are identified and without objection admitted.
And just to be clear, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but it was 179, not 79.
Excuse me, I'll correct that. It's 179.
And with that, Dr. Rampani is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Okay. Avangrid.
Can you see me okay?
Yes, yes.
Ben Smith for Avangrid Power LLC. I just have, I think, one question. Going to page 33 of your testimony.
I'm here.
There's a heading that says portfolios with higher solar, storage, wind, and demand-side resources reduce overall system risks. I'm just wondering, when you reference wind, are you referencing onshore and offshore wind?
Yes, I do reference both onshore and offshore wind. They were both allowed to be selected in my modeling as well, and to some level they were.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. CCBA. Sigfer. Thank you. Microsoft.
Good afternoon. Ben Snowden here on behalf of Microsoft. And Chair Brawley, at the outset, I'll note I had reserved 15 minutes for Dr. Rampani. Because of the change in order and in order to streamline my overall cross, I have shifted some questions from that I was going to ask of other witnesses to Dr. Rampani to try to be more efficient. I am optimistic that I will still get under my 15 minutes. But if I go over that, please trust it's because I am going to be shorter on my subsequent cross. And I ask for your patience on that.
Okay, thank you.
So Dr. Rampani, your testimony discusses the potential ratepayer benefits of large load flexibility, and you recommend that Duke reflect the large load flexibility provisions of existing ESAs in its modeling. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you recommend that there should be further development of large load flexibility programs to help recognize the potential benefits to ratepayers?
Yes, I think there has been a lot of discussion today about bringing all the potential tools in such an uncertain and difficult environment, and load flexibility in different forms can be part of that.
Thank you.
Should be part of it.
Thank you. And I'd just like to clarify something. Are you recommending that load flexibility should be mandatory for all large load customers?
I have not taken a position on whether it should be mandatory. I think it should be part of the considerations. And I'm by the term load flexibility, I don't only refer to curtailment per se, but it can take other forms. It can be demand response, it can be offsite demand response. But I do think it should be part of the considerations. I have not taken a specific position on mandatory and to what specific percentages, for example.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rampani. And Dr. Rampani, you rely in your testimony on a white paper that was written by Tyler Norris, Tim Profeta, and other authors that's entitled Rethinking Load Growth, Assessing the Potential for Integration of Large Flexible Loads in U.S. Power Systems. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's cited on page 97 of your testimony. Chair Brawley, at this time, I would like to have Microsoft Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit 1, which is the one in the small binder. It's our only exhibit. I'd like to have that marked as Microsoft Cross Sace et al. Rampani Direct Exhibit 1.
I'm going to ask you to hold with me just a minute.
Yes, sir. And Dr. Rampani, it's the small binder right there. I think it's on the corner. Yes.
Okay, I've got Microsoft Potential Exhibit 1.
Yes, sir.
And this is rethinking load growth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So Microsoft Direct for Witness Rampani, Direct Exhibit 1. And it is.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So I think it's if I get this correct, I believe it's Microsoft Cross Sace et al. Rampani Direct Exhibit 1.
Okay. And that is also your potential Exhibit 1.
Yes, sir.
Without objection?
Thank you.
It is identified and admitted.
Thank you. Dr. Rampani, do you recognize this document as the white paper you cited?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that this white paper is widely cited on the issue of load flexibility?
It is widely cited. I think it is one of the first papers that introduced the concept of grid utilization, load growth, load flexibility, the benefits that can come from that.
And are you aware that Mr. Norris, one of the authors himself, testified at this commission's large load technical conference, largely to advocate for large load flexibility?
I think I'm aware that he testified. I did not review any of his testimony.
Understood. Would you agree that this paper sets forth an analysis at a national level of the savings that could be recognized by the widespread adoption of large load flexibility programs?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
But you would agree that the paper acknowledges an important difference between conventional data centers, which have limited ability. Oh, sorry, strike that. I'd like to direct your attention to page 9 of the exhibit, or page 9 of the white paper, to the third full paragraph. And if you could just take a moment to review that, please.
The one that's talking about the collocated data center, making sure that I'm the right.
Yes, over the third, where it begins with despite this
Oh,
premise.
okay. Do you want me to read that out loud?
No, that's, you don't have to. And then I'd like to just.
Okay.
Well, will you agree that here the paper acknowledges that there is an important distinction between conventional data centers, which have limited ability to reduce their electric loads, and AI-driven data centers, which may be more able to reduce their on-site loads because they can defer computational loads?
I think what you're saying is a little bit more specific than what I'm reading, but it does, like the paragraph does recognize that there are differences between data centers.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Could I also direct your attention to have you turn to page 11?
Okay.
And here in the third full paragraph, beginning with the central hypothesis.
Okay.
Would you read that, please? Just to yourself.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. So with what you've read, would you agree that the paper distinguishes between what it refers to as conventional data centers, which have limited ability to reduce their electric loads, and AI data centers, which may be more able to do that because they can defer computational loads in time or move them to other locations?
Yeah, what I'm reading here in this paragraph is that AI specialized data centers have more capability, have higher capability to move that load across time, or that's not here, but from what I know, also across locations.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that's not a valid distinction?
The one concern that I have with your phrasing is just like the term conventional. I didn't see it in here, and I don't want to adopt that. But other than that, I do recognize that there are different types of data centers, and each of them can have different load flexibility.
Understood. Thank you. And I might have gotten ahead of myself. Would you look at page 10, please?
Okay.
And there's a table of key data center terms.
Okay.
And you see where conventional data
Okay.
center is.
Now I see it
there.
here, yes.
Yes. Okay.
So in this table, it has a number of different data centers. One of them is conventional. Another one is AI workload. And I would say, yes, those would be able to provide different load flexibility.
Okay. All right. Thank
different
you.
levels.
And you would agree that the header on page 11 of the paper reads rethinking data centers with AI-driven flexibility.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So would you agree that the opportunity that the authors, and this is based on what we've just read here and based on your review of this paper in preparation for your testimony, Would you agree that the opportunity the authors find for load flexibility appears to lie primarily with AI data centers and not necessarily in conventional data centers that focus on non-AI loads?
In terms of this paper, yes, I would agree.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Rupani, did you review the testimony of Google's witness Isaac Gable-Frank?
I think I looked at the recommendations, but not the full extent of the testimony.
Well, Mr. Gable-Frank testifies that not all large customers can curtail load, but that there are some that, when called upon, can limit demand during certain periods. Would you agree, do we have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the AGO's witness Burgess likewise testifies that on-site load flexibility is not universal and that some large load customers may have the ability to curtail their load. Do you have any reason to disagree with Mr. Burgess?
No.
Thank you. If a data center cannot shift workloads and can't adjust its operations without interrupting critical services, then, and I'm sorry, strike that. Could you look at your testimony on page 94, lines 5 to 7?
Lines?
5 to 7?
Okay.
And there you're talking about the options for large load customers to participate in load flexibility. Would you agree that if a data center or a large load customer can't shift workloads and can't adjust operations without interrupting critical services, the remaining option you identify is on-site backup generation? Is that right?
Yes, that's what I have here. I would like to add that there are some other options. For example, I think earlier today, witnesses talked also about off-site demand response programs, for example.
I would love to talk about it off-site, and we'll
But
get to that in just a minute. Yes, thank you. But in terms of on-site, specifically on-site options, you're be limited to backup generation if you can't flex your load, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that at this point in time, the most likely form of behind-the-meter backup generation for a large data center customer in North Carolina would be diesel generators?
That is my general understanding of what's.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that diesel generation is likely to be less efficient and more costly on a unit basis to run than utility supplied grid generation?
It would be less efficient. In terms of more costly, it's not just a comparison of absolute terms, it's also who's paying for that. So there is another aspect.
Understood. Thank you. Would you also agree that diesel emergency generators emit more air pollutants per kilowatt hour than utility scale combined cycle generation?
Then combined cycle, yes, but those are just different resource types. They're I think someone said before, when we're looking at a resource planning problem, each resource has its role, but they're all working together, right? So I wouldn't compare like a backup generator or a diesel one to a combined cycle. Different scale, different purpose.
Okay, understood. You would agree that diesel generators also produce local noise impacts when they operate?
They do, yes.
So would you agree that if this commission were to mandate load flexibility for all large load customers, including those that are not able to flex their loads, that curtailment of those large load customers would likely result in substantial megawatts of diesel generators running in order to comply with curtailment instructions?
Not necessarily. I think I agree. I see your point. And if curtailment was mandatory, then there could be substantial megawatts of generators, not necessarily running, because it depends on whether, those curtailment provisions are ever called upon and so on. At the same time, it would have an impact on the utility system and maybe some other avoided generators there. So I wouldn't agree with your full sentence as said.
Okay.
You talked about utility diesel generators running for a lot of
Understood. Maybe I'll try to make it a little more narrow. If say hypothetically a 500 megawatt data center was required, that could not flex its load, was required by a curtailment program to reduce its load on site, or its load on the system down to 0 megawatts, it is most likely going to have to run hundreds of megawatts of diesel generation to comply with that instruction.
That is again subject to a lot of conditions. That is one, if they cannot curtail otherwise, if they cannot move their load, if that is the resource they have selected to have as backup generation, if they have chosen to sign this ESA that has those curtailment provisions, then yes, they would have to run that backup generation.
Thank you.
My question though is also, I don't know whether this provision is the one that's driving the incremental backup generation, or whether that would exist anyway. And I'm sorry, I cannot look you in the eye because of that.
Sorry, it's okay. We have the Elmo there.
Yeah.
So I've been a little pessimistic about large load flexibility, but you do talk about some alternatives to load flexibility in your testimony that I'd like to get to. Turning to just briefly to page 7 of your testimony, you recommend exploring options to increase EE and demand response capabilities for residential and commercial customers, including through the participation of large load customers in funding or supporting offsite programs that benefit the broader customer base. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I hate to have you skip around here, but we're going to move to page 97 of your testimony. And there you provide examples of large load customers funding clean resources and demand side programs for the benefit of the broader customer base. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And those examples include community efficiency and affordability programs. Is that right?
Yes, I have a list of going from maybe let's define them as smaller impact to larger impact. And we start with some of the community efficiency and affordability programs.
Thank you. And those examples you provide also include large-scale clean energy procurement structures. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And I know I'm probably not supposed to say nice things about Google, but you do specifically reference a deal in Michigan under which Google has committed to fund the procurement of 1,600 megawatts of renewable resources and 480 megawatts of energy storage over an accelerated 15-year depreciation schedule paid for by Google, not other ratepayers. Is that right?
Yes.
And on pages 99 and 100 of your testimony, you provide other examples of programs under which data center developers help to fund the costs of new generation that's necessary to serve increasing load. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that those transactions or those programs can provide many of the same benefits to ratepayers as large load flexibility?
Yes.
Okay. Would these programs be a good option for new large load customers who are motivated to be good grid citizens, by which I mean insulating ratepayers from additional costs or risks that are associated with serving those loads? Would those programs be a good option for those kinds of customers who want to be good citizens, but because of the nature of their operations, can't necessarily participate in on-site load flexibility?
Yes, it is one of my recommendations that those programs should be pursued.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Rampani. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Public staff.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Doctor, for coming to see us. Would you agree with me, just in a general sense, I'm sorry, would you agree with me that as a utility's return on equity decreases, the cost of capital used to construct new generation would therefore also decrease, which would result in lower bills for ratepayers?
Just making sure. Can you repeat the question, please?
As an ROE decreases, the cost of capital also decreases. and therefore the capital used to build new generation is less expensive, and therefore ratepayers' bills would be lower.
Yes.
Thank you. And also, last IRP, you discussed some ELCC values, I think specifically regarding coal.
Yes.
And so just if I can get sort of your general thoughts on ELCCs and capacity values and your perspective on them and how they're modeled by Duke and your thoughts on Duke's modeling of them.
Yes, so the ELCC, which stands for the effective load carrying capability, is a measure to put some firm capacity metric for its resource type. Duke uses that for renewable resources, energy storage, but doesn't necessarily use it for thermal resources. Either gas-fired or coal-fired resources. It is my understanding that in these IRP, usually that study is done prior to the capacity expansion modeling step, and it includes the ELCC studies and the reserve margin. That has not been updated. My understanding is for this round, but I did review it for the previous CPIRP. And the two are in a way connected. My general recommendation in terms of when I do resource planning studies is that if we're using an ELCC methodology to understand what percentage of the capacity of each resource type can be available for peak system needs, we should be applying that to all resource types. That is not only solar and wind and energy storage, but also coal and gas-fired resources, something that is not in Duke's modeling. So we should be applying that consistently. The reason is that those resources are also subject to outages and certain issues. In specifically about the coal-fired capacity, there were some concerns about how coal-fired resources performed in recent storms, and that they under-delivered, they underperformed, and that was not reflected within the accredited capacity within Encompass, where they show up as perfectly dispatchable, like they could dispatch at any point, any time. Together with that, and let me know if we need to, take the steps one by one. Some of that underperformance was captured within the reserve margin calculation. So that could have resulted in an inflated margin. So I had a couple of concerns that were documented in my testimony last time that has to do both with how thermal resources are not, their capacity credit was inflated and keeps being so, and the reserve margin could have been inflated because it captured some of the underperformance of those units.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Neal, redirect.
Just briefly, thank you, Chair Brawley. You had some questions from Mr. Snowden about load flexibility, and just two points I want to make sure are clear for the record. You modeled those curtailments, and could you just explain why you modeled them and what they showed?
Yes, of course. So I modeled, I took a data set exactly as Duke had included it in its modeling, and that reflected actually a lower amount of what Duke at the time of the IRP already had in its ESAs, or at the time of my review, just to be clear. So it was already an underestimate of what is in existing ESAs. I did not perform like any run that isolated that impact, but as part of the general portfolio, it reduced the capacity need for additional resources.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start back with commissioner questions. back on the record. Dr. Rumpani, I was given some questions and that, so I'm going to go ahead through them. I think these might be a little, well, I think they're going to be fair. They better be. Despite the areas where you disagree with Duke's assumptions and inputs, do you believe the overall underlying modeling framework remains a reasonable tool for identifying a least cost, risk-adjusted resource portfolio?
I am an energy modeler. I do believe in energy modeling, that it can provide the right directions, the right insights. However, I've done a lot of those exercises to know that the outputs depend very much on what the quality of the inputs is. There is a specific, it is called like the art of modeling. It doesn't only have to do with inputs, but also with the way something is set up. If I were to talk specifically about my disagreements with Duke's modeling, I'd say some inputs and assumptions that have to do with the cost and availability of resources, but then also the way in general the framework, the modeling framework was set up, that it didn't provide the commission with a meaningful range of diverse portfolios for everyone to understand the trade-offs. So do I agree with the use of a capacity expansion model and a production cost model? Yes. Do I recognize the huge effort and significant time that goes into that? Yes. Would I say the methodology overall is okay? I have several concerns about how this was set up.
Okay, thank you. Your modeling work has identified CC1, CC2, and CC3 as part of the least cost mix that will serve North Carolina ratepayers. In your opinion, what is the best pathway to provide fuel security to these facilities? And can you explain how your position on these facilities being part of the least cost mix is consistent with SACE's position in opposing MVP Southgate and the Transco SSE?
Yes. So first of all, let me take a step back and clarify what my modeling was doing here. I did not set out to find the optimal portfolio to present before you or the least cost one. I set out to present an alternative portfolio that was going to be tested through different sensitivities, Duke-defined sensitivities, and present how the outcomes of that would differ. So it had a specific starting point, and I used Duke's database, despite, as identified in my testimony, disagreeing with several concerns. CC1, CC2, and CC3, my understanding is, have received CPCNs. So they were not the primary focus of the modeling exercise, but it was what's incremental. What can we do for the rest of the load growth and the resources? So it was not a primary focus. My understanding is Duke has executed contracts for firm transportation for those units. I have not reviewed those contracts or the prudency of them. I do agree that firm fuel security is needed. I have not reviewed the specifics of that fuel security as provided. So I don't want to take a position on that. And I think the last part of the question was also, how does that, whether it is consistent with SACE's and SACE's position in other cases. I generally am aware of some of the litigation efforts. I think they are efforts that address legitimate concerns, but I have not participated in those, nor do I know the specifics.
Okay, thank you. Tables 13 and 14 of your testimony review existing large load customer contract progressions. So there's a two-part question about this. Please explain in greater detail how trends in these contracts affect your opinion on Duke's initial reliance on the advancing development forecast and now the high forecast.
Can you repeat the numbers of the
It
pages?
was tables 13 and
Oh,
14.
tables. I was looking at pages. If you could help me out with.
Could I direct her to
Yes.
page 157
Okay.
of her testimony for table 13? Chair Brawley, is that okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize for not
157.
actually
Okay, I'm
having
here. Sorry. 13, and then I also have 14 here. Okay, okay. And could I ask you to repeat the question now that I have the tables in front of me?
Yes, ma'am, as soon as I have them in front of me. Okay, the question was, please explain in greater detail how trends in these contracts affect your opinion on Duke's initial reliance on the advancing development forecast and now the high forecast.
Great, thank you for the question. So I have reviewed, and just like for everyone to know what those tables are, there are project by project list of all the large load projects that are in Duke's pipeline and how they have evolved from the supplemental plan in 2022 to the 2025 IRP and a fall update. And my understanding is now there is a spring 2026 update, and I've looked into that, so I'm happy to talk about that. And then table 14 is just a summary table of those, not project by project, but in terms of states. So my review, and without without citing any specific numbers, as I understand those are confidential, but starting with table 14, I'm going to say that a small portion falls into the complete category. And then we see, for example, for the additions that were first observed in the supplemental filing, a lot of them that were identified as ESAs at that time, at the time of the fall update, half of that load remains in the pipeline. So there is a significant attrition of that load. And my understanding is that this continues in the spring 2026 update. So the spring 2026 update has new ESAs, but a significant trend of attrition from ESAs at the time of the filing to now. We also see some attrition in the letter agreements and some projects that have been completely discontinued. My understanding is that discontinued projects can also include projects that were previously identified as ESAs. And we see a smaller attrition for projects that were first included in the IRP to the fall update. But then if you look at the spring update, you'll see a similar trend. And I'm not going to say specific percentages, but if we were to do the math, it would be very similar if we were to include like a fourth column to say spring update.
Okay.
So having reviewed other large load pipelines, I think that the ESAs should be to a degree discounted, that I recognize there is no specific methodology or best practices at this time because this is new load, new type of load, but that the way Duke is including projects in their forecasts, and that's table 12 of my testimony, So in the advancing, it includes 100% of the essays, 75% of the letter agreements, 70% of the late states, and 40% of mid states. That is overly optimistic and can really lead to stranded assets.
So the second part of the question was, in your opinion, what factors should Duke include in its economic development discounting assumptions, and what discounts should be applied for each factor?
I don't have a specific number, but I've seen, for example, I have reviewed Dominion's IRP, Dominion Virginia, and they would start in the near term with something that would be even less than 50%, and in the longer term, it would include all of the ESAs. So they're discounting more heavily in the near term, and I think that's something that we're seeing even in this update, that some of the projects are delayed, and then eventually including all of the ESAs. And I haven't dug too deeply, so I'm just gonna mention these, but I know that ERCOT is also applying some discount factors that are pretty significant.
Okay. I believe your alternative portfolio is based on the moderate load forecast. Could you please explain why you chose that baseline and why it supports your statement on page 162 in lines 17 and 19 that it better captures Duke's updated economic development pipeline? And then I've got a follow-on for that.
Yes, so and I'm happy to also talk a little bit about how I did the modeling, because I did test the portfolio through different forecasts. But for the base case, what I refer to as base case here, I did use the moderate. The moderate seemed like a good approach because it reflects less of the load that the advancing development had, which, as I talked about, I think it was too high, but more of the low load. I do think that it would have been better had Duke identified a moderate scenario that fell a little bit in the middle of the low and the advancing. The way it was set up, the moderate was very, very close to the advancing. So ideally, I would have tested something in between. And apologies, maybe just to show that figure 21 on page 155, you can see the three lines and how the moderate is really close to the advancing versus somewhere in the middle. So when doing modeling, it is easier to use one of the Duke forecasts versus me going and developing like a load forecast for 8760 for all the years. And I felt that the moderate was better capturing my concerns about over forecasting load.
Okay. Does your statement hold with Duke's revision towards the high load forecast?
I have not looked into the I have looked into the spring 2026 update. I have not performed any modeling to say more on that. What I have done, however, maybe I'll take a step back and say here that the way I did the modeling was not to say the moderate forecast is the only future I see. Is I used that as the base and then developed something like a near-term action plan for an alternative near-term action plan, and then tested that through the different forecasts. And I used the advancing, for example, and I said, what would happen if we were to not build CC4 and CC5 and lose the opportunity to build them in 2032, 2033, but load advanced as the advancing load forecast had. And I have those results, and they show that there are other options. and we can still have a reliable system, at least like to the capacity expansion and production cost steps that I checked. Now, in terms of the spring 2026 update, trying to be responsive to your question, I have not looked whether it would have to be the high load or the advancing load. My concerns about what the right resources to fill the increasing load remain. And I don't have it in front of me, but if you were to see the update, you would see a delay in how large load materializes. In every update, there is a delay. It can keep going up, but there is always a delay. It's being pushed back. So with that trend in mind, I would still be very cautious before adopting any high load forecast as the expectation.
Okay. Dr. Rumpani, it's telling me on table 4 on page 39, it says you state that Duke has made no meaningful progress on the aspirational EE target from the 2023 stipulation and commission order. And so it's a two-part question. Can you explain your reasoning and state what actions Duke should have taken or should take to reach this goal?
Okay, so talking about the 1.5% aspirational energy efficiency target, and that Duke has not made meaningful progress. So my understanding from a review of filings is that Duke's savings remain in the like 0.7, 0.8%, at least from, I think I do cite on a like SAYS report. So that is well below the 1.5 aspirational energy efficiency target that was included in one of the prior commission orders. And I think they could make significant progress by offering more programs, looking at higher incentives, just committing to energy efficiency programs, especially within this environment of trying to bring online resources and as soon as possible.
How achievable do you believe the 1.5 savings goal is? And should that goal be used for resource planning purposes?
I think from having reviewed without having specific numbers in mind right now, Duke's potential studies, there are savings that are higher than what Duke is currently doing and that are achievable. I don't want to talk about the 1.5% specifically. The reason it is there, it is because it was in a prior commission order. It's also one of the sensitivities that Duke examines. And it does result in significant savings from operating expenses, savings from avoided capital expenses. And in terms of resource planning, I do think it is important to include a higher energy efficiency level that Duke would commit to pursue and show meaningful progress towards to achieve all those savings. If they don't do so, the supply side system resources or the need for those can be exaggerated, leading to higher costs.
Okay. In the provided SACE alternative portfolio, solar availability assumptions for 2030 and 2031 were increased relative to Duke's. The 2022, 2023, and 2024 solar procurement processes all resulted in less procured solar than the approved target amounts. What is your understanding of these past procurements that leads you to believe Duke's annual interconnection limits can in fact be increased despite this recent history?
I'm not sure whether the past experience is based on interconnection limits. I do recognize that 2022, 2023 were very challenging years. There were a lot of issues that had to do with supply chain, that had to do with costs. So I haven't studied, but I cannot speak to whether these were interconnection limits that were the problem. So I think there has been substantial testimony in this case that interconnection limits, there are ways to increase them. In my testimony, I refer to even like surplus interconnection, whether some combustion turbine sites could be used to bring in some energy resources and so on. Yes, I have not studied the specifics of past procurement. So I wouldn't have something to
Okay.
share.
Well, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Commissioner McKissick.
Chair Brawley, I believe you and commission staff have exhaustively addressed the issues I was most concerned about. Thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Doctor, thank you for being here. When did you get in from Greece?
Where I'm from, Greece?
When?
When? I just came yesterday around
Wow.
midnight.
Okay, I understand. Just in your testimony, you talk about solar and solar storage, and you understand what the requirements from the ESAs are. What are your recommendations? You say decline the 2 CCs and the 2 CTs. And then, of course, the load for the ESAs are here. Surely you're not saying that solar and storage can meet that load requirement that's before Duke. So are you suggesting walking away from the ESAs or declining to agree to try to supply generation to these folks? I just don't know where the math max with what the load is.
Yes, I'm happy to talk to that. I am not suggesting walking away from existing ESAs, from ESAs that Duke has signed right now. But I am suggesting that there is an existing grid that could be better utilized. There are resources that could be complementary to that grid, and that could reduce costs compared to what Duke is putting forward. And I'm also suggesting that the load growth as projected might not materialize at that scale, at that pace. And we have to be taking a measured approach, something that will not leave the system with stranded assets, but something that can be incrementally adjusted to that load growth.
Okay.
In terms of just a quick comment of the math, these portfolios were developed using the same capacity expansion, the same reserve margin, the same ELCC assumptions, even if I disagreed, the same ELCC assumptions that Duke used, and they resulted in a reliable portfolio.
Okay, can you share with me what you just said about there are complementary resources that can meet this load?
There are complementarities in resources, solar with storage, onshore wind. They have good profiles. I'm not suggesting going from a system like the existing system to 100% clean. There are existing resources, there are dispatchable resources, CTs, CCs in the system that that have very low capacity factors. Maybe some of those could be there for times of need. Just a higher utilization of the grid. At the same time, if you put solar in the system, yes, maybe it's not going to operate during the night, but if you pair it with storage, if you pair it with wind, if you take into account all of the existing resources, there's going to be enough energy. Again, having run that through the same capacity expansion, the same production cost models that Duke had. But at the times that the solar is available, it's going to reduce fuel costs for the system. So that's what I was talking about.
Okay, so the data center's running in December and we're having a dark day. How does solar and solar storage, indoor wind as complementary resources supply that load for those data centers and/or our residential customers as well?
That is why we're running a model that's trying to meet that reserve margin across all hours of the year. And it does take into account these winter mornings, right? So there is surplus in the system. There is this margin. Again, not going into the specifics of what the exact level should be, but there is this in the system. So that the solar resource, for example, when we're talking about the capacity contribution, it is heavily discounted for winter contribution. It's still selected because it provides value another hour of the year.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Commissioner Guida? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Rampani, in your testimony, you expressed concerns surrounding incomplete costs for pipeline retrofits and hydrogen fuel availability. Could you discuss a little bit more about these concerns and how they could affect resource selection within capacity expansion modeling?
Yes, of course. So hydrogen capabilities, in a lot of resource plans, not just this one, we do see some of the existing gas-fired resources and the new proposed resources being assumed to convert to 100% hydrogen at some point in the future. My questions around that have to do with the cost of doing so, the technical feasibility of the infrastructure. My understanding is you cannot use the same pipelines for the hydrogen. So it's not just, sometimes we'll say, okay, we need to convert the turbines so that they can burn hydrogen, but it's not just the turbines, it's how do you supply the fuel? And also whether that hydrogen can be assumed to be green, because sometimes we'll say, oh, because like there are some execution or implementation challenges to like bringing that much renewable energy, there are interconnection limits and so on, we'll just do that. Well, to generate the green hydrogen, you need renewable energy and probably like double the energy, double the capacity that you would need from if you were to compare it with direct consumption, let's say, because that conversion has very low efficiency. In fact, something like maybe 30%. So I have concerns about the cost numbers. Although I do recognize Duke has included some of those cost numbers that I have them in my testimony. They have included them only, I'm gonna say, for 2050. So these are very high numbers if you look at them. They're heavily discounted in the modeling because they're in 2050, but should they be brought forward, the impact on the PVRR would be significant. And even if we were to assume like the cost numbers are okay, like is it even technically feasible? Does that cost number include all the infrastructure that comes with supplying fuel to the system?
Thank you. Just one more. On page 23 of your testimony, you discussed the idea of appropriate stress testing of the proposed NTAP. And I think you said, if I have this right, you said that the Duke's analysis answered the question, what portfolio would be selected under different assumptions rather than risk questions such as how exposed is the recommended portfolio to external uncertainty? And you see where you wrote that. What type of risk is this, as you describe it, proposed NTAP stress testing methodology trying to assess? And in your experience, is this a common type of analysis in IRP modeling?
So sensitivity analysis can take a lot of different forms. And I've reviewed a lot of resource plans that do that differently. There is some value in checking what the optimal plan would be under a different future. But what I'm saying here is that Duke is proposing a specific set of resources, the near-term action plan. They're asking for approval of these specific resources. And the right question would be, what is the risk exposure if we were to commit to those resources, but the future evolves differently than in like Duke's base case scenario? So I think there is a better approach, or let's just call it like a complementary approach, where we can test, okay, what if we were to optimize under a different scenario, but also we need to see what are the consequences of each decision. Like when I'm making a decision, if I commit to something, then I have to face the consequences. Knowing what would have I done had I planned differently is no value at that point. Like we need to know what the consequences under different futures are for the commitments that Duke is proposing.
Questions on commissioner questions? Attorney General's office.
Rita Coxton on behalf of the Attorney General's office. I have just one. When you were discussing the spring update to the load forecast, you mentioned that there is always some sort of delay that we need to account for between a forecast anticipates load and when that load actually materializes. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
How long is that delay?
Would it be possible to refer to a figure from Duke's rebuttal?
I don't have that. I think I'm speaking more generally. You've said that there's typically some delay, so a range is fine.
Okay. Okay, I had that visually in my mind, but I'll try to explain. So I don't have specific numbers, but if you look at the update, it shows different lines that are, so the supplemental filing full load forecast, and then they show the spring update full load forecast. And if you were to put those lines next to each other, with the appropriate time of when that load is gonna show up, not as year 1, year 2, year 3, but as in like 2026, 2027, you would see that the load 2026 update lies lower than the supplemental up to, I'm gonna say maybe 2030, but I don't have the figure in front of me. So the spring 2026 full load pipeline is lower than the supplemental full load pipeline up to a certain year. I'm not gonna commit to like 30 or 31.
That's perfect. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Smith for Avangrid Power.
Yes.
Do you recall Commissioner Tucker's question about a December day? Just a simple question. Is it your understanding from your work that offshore wind oftentimes can provide its best value during winter peak?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. CCBA?
Yes, sir. John Burns for CCBA. In response to Commissioner Tucker's question about attrition in the more recent solar procurements for Duke from 22 to 24, do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Would you defer to particularly Duke's witnesses who ran those procurements as to the reasoning behind the results of those procurements?
Thank you for the question. I've been thinking about that since the time, I think it was Chair Crowley that asked the question. I cannot refer to a specific one, but I do think that, as I said, it wasn't a factor of interconnection issues, my understanding, but it could have to do with how the procurement was set up.
Could there also be implications of rising interest rates and costs and tariffs?
Yes. 2022, 2023 were difficult years.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I think that's all of the questions are on Commissioner questions.
Unless Duke, yes, then could I have questions on commission questions?
Yeah, you go last
Yes.
because it's your witness.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make sure that everybody that's asked,
No questions from Duke.
public staff
No questions from the public staff. Thank you, Chairman.
or from Duke. Okay, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Again, David Neal with SACE. Mr. Burns from CCBA just asked you in relation to the question you received from commissioners on the attrition issue. You mentioned that there's that's not connected to interconnection limits, and I just want to make sure the record's clear. What do you mean by that?
So the way Duke and other utilities do their modeling is they assume a certain bill limit per year based on execution concerns, how much they can interconnect on a given year. I don't think that procurement like those years exceeded that limit, which again, like even the limit is subject to question. But it was just a lot of other factors. So it wasn't so much about how much technically could be interconnected, but how much was selected and procured.
And so to the extent your modeling or other modeling in this case is selecting solar as an economic resource, in any year that it's selecting it up to Duke's interconnection limits, what is that telling you about what the model is seeing as the value of that resource?
Yeah, so the model having looked at taking into account altogether the cost of the resource, the energy that it can provide, the profile that it has, and the requirements both for energy and for capacity. Those are the two main constraints in the capacity expansion. It has to be meeting energy at every single hour and meeting capacity on a seasonal basis. It selects solar. When it selects solar and it selects it up to the limit, in the case that it selects it up to the limit, it means solar is economic, it adds value. And if more, if the model were allowed to select more, PVRR could be further reduced.
Chair Brawley also asked you some questions about your decision to use the moderate forecast. And just to clarify, when your testimony was filed on March 30th, 2026, you would agree that you were reviewing Duke's IRP that was based on the spring 2025 load forecast, correct?
I was reviewing the IRP with the spring 2025 forecast, and there had been an fall 2025 update. But we didn't have any more information.
And you had testified, I believe, in answer to another question that you had seen in your review a drop off between that spring 2025 load forecast that Duke's IRP was based on and the fall 2025 update.
We've seen some attrition in certain projects, yes.
And just that's part of what informed your decision to use the moderate forecast. Just to clean up
And
one.
also just very quickly to say it's not just that, again, like experience in other cases where I see, you know, if we were to account for like the full ESAs plus the letter agreements plus late stage plus mid stage, that would inflate the forecast. So it wasn't just like the review of the two updates or the three if you include the supplemental, but also general knowledge that although there is not established methodology right now, the numbers that we see in other jurisdictions converts to something much lower than what Duke is putting forward.
And you were also asked a question from Chair Brawley about the 1.5% energy efficiency aspirational target in Duke's not having made sufficient progress towards that goal. If just to clean up the record on page 89 of your testimony, I just wanted to direct your attention to footnote 90. There's a parenthetical there because you had referenced SACE energy efficiency in the Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see in that footnote that that SACE report, the SACE energy efficiency numbers are based on total retail sales?
Yes.
And that the numbers Duke uses in this docket are based are net of opt-out?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So there's going to be a difference
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
between those numbers just for that reason alone.
Yes.
But it was your testimony that even taking that into account, they were below 1.5%, correct? Of net of opt-out.
That's my understanding. Yes, it is below. And the base case that Duke uses is 1%, I think.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rampani.
Thank you.
You've been a very gracious witness today. You are excused.
Thank you so much.
Chairman Brawley?
Yes.
If I could make a procedural request.
Yes, sir.
The scheduling order that the commission issued for this case requires exhibits to be filed within 24 hours of witnesses, of them being admitted. I admitted several witnesses late in the day yesterday, and some of those exhibits were lengthy and complicated, and I would make a motion or a request. I've been quite busy lately, and if I could have my exhibits be due tomorrow rather than today, I would appreciate it.
Is there objection? So ordered.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Duke Energy Load Forecast and Economic Development, Stillman and Tate. I believe you both have already been sworn.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Girak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stillman and Mr. Tate. Mr. Stillman, are you and Mr. Tate the same load forecast and economic development panel that appeared earlier in this proceeding in the direct phase?
Yes, we are.
And Mr. Stillman, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 31 pages?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to your testimony at this time?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And your rebuttal testimony contains confidential information, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And did you also prepare and cause to be pre-filed a summary of the panel's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay, then Chair Brawley, I would ask that this panel's rebuttal testimony and the rebuttal testimony summary be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Okay, the rebuttal testimony of Duke Load Forecast and Economic Development Panel consisting of 29 pages with confidential information and a witness summary. Shows to be identified and admitted to the record as if delivered orally from the stand.
Yes, and Chair Barley, just to correct real quick, it was actually 31 pages. I think the first 2 pages were in Roman numeral. I just want to make sure the record is
Okay.
correct there.
So I'll correct mine, and 31 pages.
Thank you. And Mr. Tate, do you have any response today to the new testimony that the public staff witnesses, Metz and Mishna, gave on the stand last Friday?
Yes, I do.
Would you please share that now?
As it relates to the public staff's recent recommendations and additional testimony, I want to begin by saying that we emphatically disagree with any assertions that we've recklessly signed large load ESAs without a detailed plan for how to serve them with continued system reliability. Our NTP IRP panel will further address that detailed plan. From my perspective and my role, our large load process has effective guardrails in place today. We're using in a disciplined manner to ensure that large load growth and system reliability are not in conflict with one another. Those large load protections and guardrails include a rigorous set of intake requirements, transmission infrastructure evaluations, and generation capacity evaluations. Either of those evaluations have the potential to impact or influence a load ramp that we're willing to contract for that can differ from the load ramp that the customer has requested. So, for example, a large load customer might request 200 megawatts in 2028, but our evaluations might produce a result that suggests we can only serve 50 megawatts in 2028, or 200 megawatts, but not until 2031. It's really important to understand how those guardrails are being used today. Essentially, those guardrails act as a governor to ensure that we absorb large load growth in a manner that's consistent with system reliability standards. Commissioners, I don't think there's any basis for consideration of a moratorium or approval of individual ESAs. The reference to moratorium, in my opinion, is not a guardrail. It is a signal to the world and energy-intensive economic development projects that North Carolina is closed for business. It would have an immediate and disruptive effect on large load projects that are considering North Carolina today. If that were to be enacted, our first calls would be to the impacted prospective customers, and our second calls would be to the local economic development organizations across the state, many of whom have worked for years to try to secure an impactful economic development project, if not a transformational one. Finally, I want to note that our new large load queue process introduces a new level of discipline to that process as large load projects progress from the initial inquiry, the first phone call with us, all the way through to the execution of an ESA. And we've seen that new large load queue process is going to moderate ESA executions as compared to our more recent experience. In short, we have a disciplined system in place today. It has appropriate checks and balances, and a moratorium would be an extreme overreaction that would have significant consequences for our state.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Chair Brawley, the Load Forecast and Economic Development Panel is now available for questions from the parties in the commission.
Chair Brawley,
Yes.
some folks on this side might want to be heard. So I would take what just came into the record as supplemental rebuttal, which I think falls outside of the scheduling order or the requirements in the case. And it's not my witness that they're responding to, but I am concerned about opening a door and allowing folks to come in and add supplemental rebuttal that isn't responsive to cross-examination or commissioner questions. So I guess I would maybe move to strike the testimony as written, as stated, knowing that the questions will probably elicit the same response, but I just don't think this is appropriate use of our time.
Chair Brawley would like to be heard on that matter. Good. So if we rewind the tape to the logistical issues that we dealt with the public staff, at that time, Duke Energy was very clear that with respect to the new recommendations, not the modifications testimony, but in a start of that appearance by witnesses Metz and Mishna, they read in the record new testimony containing fundamentally new recommendations that they were making. It was the 2 pages that were handed out. At that time, we were very clear that we did not object to it at that time, so long as our witnesses were given an opportunity to respond to, again, just those new recommendations. The witnesses have done that. They've done it very concisely and efficiently, just a few extra minutes of testimony to give us the opportunity to respond to fundamentally new things raised by public staff in their testimony. And as we noted at that time, that was our request for fairness and equity, given how things played out. And we continue to believe that's the case here, that giving the Duke Energy witnesses very brief amount of time to respond to those particular new recommendations is a very reasonable and fair way to handle this issue.
All right, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess and consult with my counsel, and then I'll rule. And go back on the record. I am going to overrule the objection and deny the motion to strike. So, cross-examination, I show the AG.
Yes, sir. I have just a few questions. The first one, how many ESAs has Duke signed since its rebuttal testimony was filed?
3 ESAs. We call them 4. One of them was a wholesale. Wholesale does not have the quote unquote ESA. It's a NHTSA, but it's very much like an ESA.
How many megawatts is covered by the ESAs that you just referenced?
Those 4, I think it's about 26 and a half, almost 27 megawatts.
Okay. What about letter agreements? How many letter agreements has Duke signed since the rebuttal testimony was filed?
I don't have any update on that. We are in the process, probably about a month to 2 months from now, of going through the rigorous process of looking at the portfolio and updating it. And that will be the work that goes into the fall update that we provide on that semi-annual update to the commission regarding what the advancing development portfolio looks like.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Thank you. CCBA? Thank you. Sigfer?
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Gentlemen, I'm Peter Ledford on behalf of the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rights. I just have a few questions really quick. On page 6, lines 20 through 22 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that since the spring 2026 large load report, the companies have executed additional ESAs totaling more than 2,600 megawatts. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is the same 26 that I just spoke about. And I probably should have mentioned at the same time, the entities that make up this 26 were in our spring update. They were identified as being letter agreements. So this is really just a reclassification of these entities from the letter agreement stage to an ESA stage.
You answered exactly what I wanted to talk about. Okay. Just a couple more questions then. I want to talk about load ramp for just a moment. If you flip a couple pages forward to page 8, on lines 9 to 10, you state that of the 16 projects that have executed ESAs in the most recent large load report, 6 have completed construction and are beginning to take service. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're taking service at their full contracted load, correct?
No, they are in the process of ramping up.
Okay. And just for the sake of clarity, when we say load ramp or ramping up, for instance, if there's a campus of 4 buildings, you might interconnect the first building initially, and then the other 3 are still under construction, something like that.
That's possible. I don't know that that fits the 6 that we talked about here, that example, but that is an example.
As a hypothetical,
Yes.
that would be an example.
Yes.
Great. And then just a couple more questions. You have mentioned, and you've already mentioned it since you took the stand, that the companies have implemented a new large load queue process that was formalized in the fall of 2025. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And has that large load queue process been approved by the commission?
That large load queue process was enabled by changes to our service regulations in January of 2024 that enabled enhanced performance and credit provisions for 100 megawatt plus projects.
But it has not explicitly been approved by this commission.
The large load queue process, no.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ledford. CUCA?
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Chris Dodd on behalf of CUCA. I just have a few questions regarding curtailment provisions in ESAs. Your rebuttal testimony discusses that currently temporary curtailment provisions are contained within ESAs, and it's Duke's position that these and similar provisions related to economic development load should be handled in ESAs and letter agreements. Is that correct?
Our testimony does discuss curtailment requirements that are exclusive to 100 megawatt plus projects as a more recent term and condition in our agreements. Yes.
And is it Duke's position that
Mr. Todd, would you stand a little closer to the microphone, please, or move the microphone back closer to you?
apologies, is that better?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So is it Duke's position that curtailment provisions such as the ones discussed in your rebuttal testimony should be contained in ESAs and letter agreements?
Our policies and actions as it relates to treatment of large load, and to be more specific, 100 megawatt plus projects, is to require curtailment as a temporary tool, as a bridging tool to new generation resources.
I guess my question is it Duke's position that these provisions are better handled within ESAs and other contractual arrangements with customers than via other means?
I'm not sure what the other means would be, but we've chosen to manage curtailment as an element of our large load queue process. And we do that by signaling curtailment as a requirement in our early interactions with large load customers. We include it as a condition from an awareness perspective in our letter agreements, and then as a requirement in our ESAs. And again, that's exclusively for 100 megawatt plus customers.
Yes. Moving on to a slightly different topic, there's been a lot of discussion about economic development load in this proceeding, and a lot of that's been focused on data centers. Are data centers the only type of customers that are currently signing ESAs and seeking service from Duke at this time?
Duke Energy has a very diverse portfolio of project opportunities that represent a lot of different sectors, some sectors that have traditional standing in North Carolina, like automotive and life sciences, but also some emerging sectors as well. So an incredibly diverse. So when we talk about our 100 megawatt plus requirements, our queue does contain industrial projects as well, not just data center projects.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Environmental defense.
Can you see me all right, or should I move over one?
You're fine.
Thanks. Mr. Dodd was just asking about the types of load on page 25 of your testimony, of your rebuttal testimony, I should say. At the very bottom, and it's referencing the figure, I think on the next page, yeah, figure 3. Beginning of line 21, it says, this figure clearly shows there's only moderate industrial sales growth expected when excluding economic development adjustment, and the forecast is well within the bounds of the level of historical sales that have been experienced. And then there's this figure 3. I read that to say that the increase in industrial load is moderate. And maybe the increase in this sort of data center subclass is high. Am I off there, or how would you characterize it?
I would characterize it differently. What that exhibit is trying to show, and it's in response to a question about, are we double counting growth when we include the industrial economic development in our portfolio? And what there's many things that we look at to make sure that we're not double counting any of the growth in the portfolio. I mean, we've talked, I think we've heard a few times that the discount rate, generally speaking, the portfolio in total was discounted about 23% when you take the ESAs, the LAs, and the late stage pipelines. So we did apply a discount. We are only picking up entities in the economic development portfolio that are 20 megawatts and greater. So this was an exhibit to show that in response to the public staff thinking that we may have double counted industrial growth and not discounted it far enough. So the flat line that you see there, the flat dashed line that you see there is what our forecast would produce if we did not include any industrial economic development. So it really looks along the trends that we have seen historically over the last 10, 15 years before we started talking about the economic development portfolio, which again gave us confidence that we were not double counting the industrial load by adding the economic development industrial customers.
Thank you. That was helpful. Okay, moving on. On page 2, you go through what you look on a baseball card, you call it crooked numbers. I see advanced development projects have grown by approximately 35% since Duke completed its spring 2025 load forecast, an 8 times increase in megawatt under executed ESAs over that same period. And then the additional 2,600 megawatts of ESAs that were signed since the spring 2026 large load report. With that 2,600 megawatts, I think I have this right. So that means between April 15th and May 15th, approximately, projects totaling 2,600 megawatts signed ESAs that had previously had letter agreements.
Correct.
And so you had accounted for them to some degree, well, to the degree necessary for the load forecast, I should say. But the point is this additional ESA step is a sort of more solidifies them in your forecast. Is that right?
Let me see if I'll say it this way and see if I'm responding to your question. It gives us additional confidence because these 4 entities moved from the letter agreement stage to the ESA stage. So again, if you think about the way we discounted our portfolio, we have much more confidence at that point because they progressed along the pathway to ultimately taking service.
Thank you. And I think that one of the issues that, at least for me, that I see is this does feel to be a significant sort of upswing in forecast in a relatively short amount of time. And I've heard phrases like the cart's before the horse, things like that. So how do you all respond to us out here who are trying to sort of participate in this carbon plan integrated resource plan and figure out how to make recommendation as to generation and other utility planning when these updates have come so quickly and it's such a sort of late date relative to the regulatory process?
So I'll start and then Mr. Tate, you may want to add on to kind of, again, the steps that we've taken since 2025 to ensure reliability and that we can serve these customers. But the 26 that you're talking about, the number that you're talking about is really, again, just a reclassification. So what I think what you're speaking to is the growth in the advanced development portfolio. So in the spring of 2025, I want to read a number so I don't say it incorrectly, but our advanced development portfolio had 5,610 megawatts in total between all of the categories. Remember, we also included in the advanced development portfolio a pipeline of projects from really that mid stage. We were informed by the mid stage and we felt comfortable that some amount was going to move forward. So we had included in our advanced development portfolio 2,000 megawatts of additional growth. And we kind of feathered that in beginning in 2028 over the 15-year planning horizon. When you look at what we updated with in the spring of 2026, I think the message is that 2,000 that we had expected when we put the advancing development forecast together had come to fruition. So this was really just playing out what we had expected.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Tate?
I do not.
Okay. You seem to acknowledge, or at least I think you respond to a question with respect to the risks associated with these large, lumpy, I think is what they're called, load additions. Do you all have an idea or sort of a concept of how within the regulatory processes that we're going through right now that allow this commission to sort of issue an order, how we can sort of take in and account for that risk, understanding that you all do a forecast and it bakes in a lot of de-risking activity. But again, with respect to the interveners who have testimony that comes in while these are updated, recommendations for how we can make this a more efficient process for everyone.
So I'll speak to the updates first. We go through this process twice a year to provide the portfolio of the advanced development projects. And as part of that, we give the information on a project by project basis. And I think you heard the previous witness talk about comparing those projects from one portfolio to the next and what was observed. To me, I think that observation is what you're asking, is what you're looking for. So there is a routine around that to where we can monitor each project individually, see how those projects have changed. Now, maybe part of the shortcoming in the way that I've put that report together, or the way I think about that report, and I said this in the rebuttal testimony somewhere in here at the end, when we talk about the advancing development portfolio, sometimes a project will, from the 2025 portfolio, 4 projects are fully complete now. So those will fall off the economic development report because they all of a sudden have become part of our baseline service. They're in our forecast as every other industrial or data center company that we serve. They're no longer categorized as economic development customers. So all things being equal, you'll see a drop off because of that. Similarly, if an entity is ramping up, we recognize the amount of ramp that has gone up and we put that into our base forecast. So we do have this every 6-month process to monitor and see exactly how each of these entities are moving forward.
I guess I'm asking a slightly different question, and I appreciate the 6-month process. But in this case, part of your rebuttal, what you read into the record earlier was in response to what the public staff's position was. And what I'm seeing is stale testimony that's been filed at the commission, and then the sort of requirement to sort of fix that, the back end. So I guess I'm asking, do you all have a recommendation for how we can have a better idea going into intervener and public staff testimony beyond what's done right now?
So thinking through that, the forecast is always going to change. And we do see that the largest driver to the forecast, if I go back to the exhibit that you brought me to, and there's another exhibit that shows the influence that the economic development portfolio has on the forecast. That's the one thing that moves the needle. So in my mind, again, every 6 months, we have the ability to look at how that portfolio is changing. We'll have the ability to look at that again in about 2 months. We'll be pulling it together in about 2 months and then filing it after that. So in my mind, that 6-month update is what you're looking for.
But, and I will promise the last question on this, would you acknowledge that the 6-month update, at least in this case, came at such a time that it came after intervener public staff testimony, so that it may have impacted whether or not some of that testimony was stale?
I'll acknowledge that we filed it on April 15th, I think it was. And that's unfortunate, but I also do think with the guardrails that are in place now and the information that Mr. Tate talked about a little bit earlier, I do not expect to see the size of the movement that we saw in future updates.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Microsoft.
Good afternoon, Mr. Spellman, Mr. Tate, Ben Snowden on behalf of Microsoft. You all testified in your rebuttal testimony and also this afternoon that the curtailment provisions of Duke's ESAs with large customers do not give the companies permanent rights to curtail these customers or eliminate the company's obligation to serve these customers. Is that right?
Yes.
Looking at page 15 of your rebuttal testimony, and I'll just read it to you. It's page 15, starting on line 15. You say that the grid edge panel will provide more perspective on how well-designed and fair commercial demand-side management programs might serve as a system benefit and potentially defer generation resources over time. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you can tell me that this is a question I need to ask the grid edge panel, but would you agree that if Duke were to make curtailment mandatory and permanent for all large load customers, that would have to be done through a commission-approved DSM program?
I'm not the right person to answer that question.
Okay,
I do think that would be a good question for the grid edge panel.
Okay, thank you. Also on page 15, you talk about your engagement with large load customers on curtailment and how those customers look at those curtailment provisions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all hear my conversation with Dr. Rumpani this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. In that conversation, I heard Dr. Rumpani to agree that at least as it pertains to, that I heard Dr. Rumpani to agree that large load customers, at least data centers, differ in their ability to comply with curtailment instructions without relying on on-site generation. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Is this distinction between large load customers that can flex load and those that can't and have to rely on on-site generation, is that consistent with what you've heard from large load customers in your conversations?
I think fairly consistently, we've heard from every type of large load customer that they would prefer curtailment provisions not be part of the agreements at all. There has been some tolerance for curtailment, and it depends on the type of project. There are distinctions within the data center sector that have more tolerance, and there are distinctions within the industrial sector that have more tolerance for curtailment.
And what, if anything, have you heard from large load customers, just generally speaking, about how they would plan to comply with any curtailment instructions that are issued under these ESAs?
The majority would plan to comply using backup generation on site.
Okay. And do you know if that consists of diesel generation, gas generation, and anything else?
I think most often it's the fuel supply is diesel, and there are some that are hopeful for natural gas.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Matthew Quinn with Ben C. Warren here. If you could please turn to page 27 of your rebuttal testimony.
There.
Now, what I'd like to do is direct your attention, please, to figure 3, which I found to be a helpful figure in understanding your rebuttal testimony. So tell me if this is correct. I mean, my understanding of figure 3 is that, among other things, it shows Duke's actual historical peak and then compares it to what Duke projects its historical peak will be moving forward in the future. Is that basically correct, among other things?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if you look at the historical peak that we see reflected on this chart, so it runs from, what's reflected here is running from 2013 to 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, what you see is a peak that's going up and then it's going down from year to year to year, right?
Yeah, this is the winter peak, so this is our planning peak. So it's influenced greatly by weather. If this were a demonstration of the summer peak, it would look much more smooth.
Okay. And I mean, this is also true, though, to draw an analogy to load, right? I mean, I think we had a little conversation about this during your direct testimony. Load will also go up and it'll go down, just like as winter peak is reflected here in this document, right?
Again, influenced by weather, economics, things like that. Yes, we will experience ups and downs.
Okay. Yeah, and in this figure 3, as a matter of fact, all of these peaks that we see here from 2013 through 2014, I mean, they range from just a little bit less than 30,000 megawatts up to 35 megawatts and stay within that band throughout that historical period, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this up and down that we're looking at here, I mean, that can result from many different factors, can it not? I mean, you mentioned for peak, there's weather, and I understand that. And then I also drew earlier an analogy to load, and that can go up and down from year to year for many different reasons, right?
So peak is going to be much more responsive to weather than, for example, an industrial closing one shift or something like that. So generally speaking, when you're seeing the shifts that you're seeing here, it is much more related to weather than it is economic factors.
Okay. And maybe I did a poor job of directing us to this figure 3, but historically load is also going to go up and down from year to year, and there are going to be various miscellaneous reasons that will explain why from one year to the next it's going to go up, it's going to go down, right?
When you're talking load in that, the way you're characterizing that, you're talking about gigawatt hours, not megawatts, right?
Yes.
Yes. So the gigawatt hours or the sales are going to be influenced by weather. And in addition, they're going to be influenced by the economics of what may be happening at the time.
Okay. And during I'm not going to talk about this in any length. I think it'll just be one question, but I think one example that one of you gentlemen gave when I was examining you during direct is, I think it was 2019 or 2020, there was COVID, which influenced your load and caused it to drop that year, right?
The COVID pandemic had quite an effect in 2020 and beyond.
Yeah. And of course, Duke wasn't able to predict an event like that, like COVID. Duke, you weren't able to predict that and put it into your forecast. Okay, we're going to have a dip in load because COVID's coming down the line. But obviously, you weren't able to predict that, right?
That's right.
And that's true for lots of the different circumstances that can influence your load growth, right? I mean, there could be all sorts of circumstances, COVID or an economic issue or whatever else that can cause load to fluctuate, right?
I'm not sure, but nothing to the extent that we saw at COVID. We use economic forecast. We use outside vendors to help us with electric vehicle adoption, things like that. So we're using a lot of sources that try to understand what may happen in the future. But none of the events that you're talking about would change the forecast by as much as what we experienced during COVID.
But and in fairness, though, you would have probably given the exact same answer. You would have given a similar answer about how nothing could influence our load growth to this huge extent. You would have given that same answer the year before COVID, right? I mean, you didn't see that coming.
I don't know that I understand your question.
That's because it was a rambling, terrible question. Let me see if I can try. Let me see if I can try again. You know, I brought up the example of COVID because there was a substantial drop in load during that year, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if I would have asked you, sir, or could you, the year before COVID came, if I'd asked you if you were going to experience a drop in load like that, you would have said, no, we've not seen anything like that, right?
It would be very unusual.
But it did come to fruition, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's I think I asked that already. Now, if I understand this figure 3 correctly, it looks like Duke is forecasting peak, in this case, it's peak forecast of just having a steady increase from here on out, right? Or at least I say from here on out, from here to 2040, right?
So it really shows very little growth over the next, I don't know, five to 10 years. And then it does start to grow a little bit as some electrification, more electrification comes into the forecast and things like that.
Okay. Yeah. So kind of just to put it like this, unlike the entire prior history reflected in this figure 3, Duke is projecting moving forward, we're not going to have the up and down that we've talked about. It's just going to be that steady growth up, right?
Well, again, when you're looking at this particular chart, the black line are the actual winter peaks of the combined Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress, and most of that is due to weather. If I were to put a weather normal peak on there, it would look much more, I won't call it straight line, but it would look much closer to being a straight line.
Were you in the hearing room, or did you listen remotely when the public staff witness, Mr. Mishna, testified? I think it was on Friday of last week.
I believe I was listening. You'll have to remind me of what he's.
Yeah, I'll do that. No problem. I mean, you at one point during that introductory portion, before cross-examination happened, Mr. Mishna read a statement. Do you recall that?
You'll have to remind me.
Okay. Well, then all counsel received a paper copy of the statement that I think was read, and I can be corrected if it wasn't read verbatim in the record. I think it was. But among other things, Mr. Mishna said the following. I'll quote this paper statement that I received a copy of. Quote.
Mr. Quinn, would you mind if I gave him a copy of that? So
I don't mind at all. Yeah.
I've got one over here.
Yep. And it's going to be the back of this page, very final paragraph. You see this paragraph that begins with the rapid evolution.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Mishna said, quote, with the rapid evolution of load in this forecast and the moving reliability metrics, the public staff sees an emergent and growing threat to the system presented by the continued addition of new load. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. Now, do you agree with Mr. Mishna's statement or characterization that there is an emergent and growing threat to the system presented by the continued addition of new load?
I do not. But again, I'll go back to some of the statements that Mr. Tate made where the load that we are going through, that are going through the queue and that are getting signed up are being looked at both by our system impact studies and our generation studies. So I do not agree with that statement.
Well, I understand. Well, let me ask you this. And I mean, my understanding, I know you're not the system reliability witness, but I think you will probably be aware. Tell me if you're not aware. that under the high load forecast, Duke doesn't perform well under certain reliability metrics under the high load forecast, right?
You'll have to speak to the IRP team for that. I don't review their work, so I do not see that.
All right, well, then how could you possibly testify that you don't agree with that statement, that there's an emergent and growing threat, if you don't understand that?
It's easy because we, as we discuss these loads, the people that are in the room talking about them are people from the generation team, people from the transmission team. And if they have confidence that these loads can be signed and still meet the reliability of the system, then I am listening to what they're telling me.
If I understood the panel's testimony previously, did you say that there were procedures in place that you have when you sign up load to ensure that you can do so responsibly? Is that what I heard earlier?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a structure through our large load queue process that includes a number of evaluations. But one of those is specific to generation capacity and resource adequacy. Each project goes through that. Each project goes through a weekly review by a cross-functional team with a lot of experts across the company. And those evaluations shape the load ramp that we're willing to commit to in any contract.
Well, I think this might be my last question then. Would you agree with me that if Duke signs so much load that it imperils reliability, then the public staff witness, Mr. Michener, would be correct that there's an emergent and growing threat to the system? Would you agree with that?
Our process has embedded checks and balances to ensure that we don't execute a large load ESA that threatens system reliability.
I understand that, sir. And but I don't think that was really an answer to the question I asked. And so I know I said I'd have one more question, but I'll just kind of ask the same question again. If you could please give me an answer to the question I asked. Would you agree with me that if Duke is signing so much load that it poses a threat to the reliability of the system, would you agree that Mr. Michener would be correct in that circumstance, that there is indeed an emerging and growing threat to the system?
So to me, the question you're asking is if we were not responsible and signed so much load, then these other events would happen. And I think what I'm thinking, and I believe what Mr. Tate is thinking, is the premise of that if statement is not correct.
Again, I don't think that was an answer to my question. But I mean, my question was, if it's true that Duke signs so much load that it poses a threat to the system, then that would indeed make Mr. Michener's statement correct, that there is an emergent and growing threat to the system.
I'll just object to that. You've asked, this is the third time you've asked it. They've given you, both of them have given you an answer.
I won't ask it again. That'll be the last time I ask. I would just request respectfully some indulgence and see if I can get an answer to the question. If they don't want to answer the question, and the record reflect they don't want to answer.
I can ask it to them, but they've answered the question twice. So I think you're going to get the same answer.
Mr. Quinn, I tend to agree with her, and coming up on 15 minutes. So that got another question. Let's get on to it.
That is my final question. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Say said all.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Again, David Neal with Say Said All. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope you're having a good afternoon. I think want to start with, I understand you heard the public staff load panel testimony of Fahey and Thomas, correct?
Yes.
And you heard in the course of that cross-examination, do you recall a discussion that I had with him about Duke's response to public staff data requests 6-20, the second supplemental response to that request?
I remember that being asked, but you'll have to
Absolutely.
give details.
And again, I don't want to get bogged down, but that's already been admitted as Sayce et al. Cross, Fahey and Thomas, confidential direct exhibit 1. And that's where Duke does what I think you referred to already, is where it has unique identifiers and you can track a project from the supplemental planning analysis all the way to the spring 2026 update.
Correct, yes.
And I had a question for witness Fahey about which ones of those anonymous unique identifiers for projects that had been letter agreements and then went to ESAs in between the April 2026 large load update and your rebuttal testimony.
I think that was in confidential, which I could not listen to.
Oh, okay. Well, and again, I'm not going to ask you to reveal the confidential part of that information, but subject to check, he was not able to answer, maybe consistent with public staff's testimony that they haven't had a chance to fully investigate the updated load forecast. So I'm going to ask to direct your attention to an exhibit. There's a notebook, not over there, I think maybe to Mr. Tate's right, that's going to be called Sayce potential redirect exhibits, not cross. And Chair Brawley, this is Sayce potential confidential redirect exhibit 7. And again, I'm not going to elicit, I'm confident I can do this without eliciting the confidential response content. Once we get to it, it should be Duke's confidential response to Sayce et al. Data request 21-97.
This is a
Redirect exhibit. Number 7.
Response, it's say your request number
21-97. Yes, sir.
exhibit 7.
And I would ask that it be marked Sayce et al. Cross Duke load panel rebuttal confidential exhibit 1.
It's a little notebook, right?
You set me up.
Oh, have y'all not found it? I'm sorry. Do you have one that says redirect exhibits?
I have this little one.
Does it say, that says judicial notice? We're looking for one that says redirect exhibits. Mr. Margarira could help.
Yeah.
Tab 7. Are we there?
We are.
Sorry about the delay. Without asking you to read the response, you would agree that this has the answer to the question I was asking Mr. Fahey about what are the unique identifiers that can be found in previously admitted Sayce et al. Cross, Fahey and Thomas confidential direct exhibit 1 for the projects that went from a letter agreement to an ESA between April and your rebuttal testimony in May of 2026.
Are you sure it's number 7?
Is that response to 21-97?
Yes.
And in the response, I'm not going to read them, but it does say which retail projects signed an ESA and it has the coded unique identifiers.
Yes, I see that now. I'm sorry.
Okay, and again, I won't read them, but that's where we can go to find the answer to that question.
Exactly.
Perfect. Sorry for that to be so laborious, but that way we could avoid going into confidential session. Chair Brawley, this time I would ask that the Duke load, the Sayce et al. Cross Duke load rebuttal confidential exhibit 1 be admitted into evidence.
Okay, I want to ask a question first. What I have is a single page.
Yes, it is a single page.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, this is a single page. It's referencing another document, but that's not part of this exhibit.
That is correct. It's referencing the document that is in the record now as Sayce et al. Cross, Fahey and Thomas confidential direct exhibit 1.
Okay, we did have a case a few days ago where we had 3 pieces for one document. I wanted to avoid that.
We do not.
All right. So Sayce Cross lead confidential rebuttal exhibit 1, your potential
Potential redirect.
redirect 7, excuse me.
Yeah, apologies.
And so it is without objection admitted into the record.
And just to tie a bow on this, because those specifically identified projects that I will not name, even by their anonymous identifier, had been letter agreements. 75% of the full load of those projects was already in the advancing development load forecast before they became ESAs.
That is true, and that's also true of the fourth one that was a wholesaler arrangement. You'll notice in this response, we only identified 3 of the 4, and that's because the 3 were retail.
And I only have one more potential exhibit that's in that same book. And I'm only, Chair Brawley, this will be an unusual request, but I'm actually just going to ask about the last 2 pages of this potential redirect exhibit number 20. And so when we ask to move it into evidence, if that's allowed, we would only ask to do pages 7 and 8 of potential redirect exhibit 20, which again, I'm not making a motion at this time, but just highlighting where we are.
And you were looking at, you said pages 7 and 8?
That's right.
Okay.
Before I ask a question about this, in your rebuttal testimony, you have figure 1 that has total megawatts from the supplemental planning analysis, spring 2025, spring 2026, all identified as it with a year 1.
That is correct, and that's also an exhibit that's in our semi-annual update.
And that figure 1 is reproduced here on page 7 of potential redirect exhibit 20.
Yes.
And you would agree that the way this table is laid out, you've got SPA, which is from January of 2024.
Yes.
And the spring 2025 and the spring 2026, all starting from a hypothetical year 1.
It's representing the first year of the forecast, yes. And the reason for that is what I tried to describe a little bit earlier, and I probably did not do a good job of that. But if you think about, if the portfolio were just one company and we moved from one year to the next and it had a ramp rate of 100 megawatts a year, as you move to the second year and you're beginning, that's going to be your first forecast year, and assuming that that entity ramped up the way we expected it to, we would take that first 100 that is now being served, and that would be part of our base forecast. So part of our total industrial customers that we serve. And then what we represent in these charts is just the incremental growth above and beyond the level that they're already taking.
And I believe you testified that 4 projects so far have been completed or have made that transformation into the base forecast out of this economic development forecast.
Yes, there's 4 projects that have completed, but there's also a handful of projects that are in that ramping phase that I just mentioned.
And I'll ask Duke, is the total megawatts of those 4 projects considered a confidential information?
The individual megawatts or
The comprehensive total megawatts of the 4 together, aggregated as one number.
So they are identified in that 6-20. To me, that starts to get into the confidential area.
Directing your attention to the next page of this potential redirect exhibit 20, you see that your figure 1 has been recreated as you did it, with everything starting at the same year. But then in the next version called corrected axis, including complete projects, and again, I won't ask what that number is. This shows the same information from your table, but instead putting it chronologically as those projects are in your 6-20.
Yes, this is the chronological. It doesn't account for what I just described. But I also will say that, when you look at the blue line that is in this, that's the SPA. And we saw a lot of change from the 35 companies that were in there. How those 35 companies we felt were going to continue to ramp when we created the 2025 portfolio. So you'll notice that the difference between the 25 portfolio and the 26 portfolio is not very different. Again, some of that difference is going to be caused by the reclassification as entities are ramping or going into service. But that's so yes, I would agree with that. Long answer to say I agree with that.
And so you may have heard Dr. Impani in answers to questions on commission questions talked about how in the early years, there's a lower overall load than there was in the supplemental planning analysis. And that's what this corrected access shows.
That's what the corrected that's what the corrected access shows. But I will also say that if you look at the progression of the projects that were in the 25 portfolio to the 26 portfolio, generally speaking, across all years, what we saw would, if you just isolate to those projects that were in the 25 portfolio, we saw essentially a drop of about 25 to 30%, which is pretty close in line with the discount that we are using for the entire portfolio that we put together, where we discounted it at 23%. So we felt really good about what we saw occur going from the 25 portfolio to the 26 portfolio.
And again, without asking you to divulge confidential information, you agree that the corrected access includes the completed projects, and that's a blue line at the very bottom because those are a relatively small number of megawatts compared to what's in the pipeline.
I have to see the number, but it's probably directionally correct
And
for the 4 projects.
And then you see the spring 2026 line, which is in yellow, doesn't cross the supplemental planning analysis until you get close to 2029.
I would agree with that.
Okay. I have no further questions. Oh, except I would, Chair Brawley, ask to be admitted pages 7 and 8 of potential redirect exhibit 20.
Okay, I'm going SACE crossed load forecast rebuttal exhibit 2 is pages 7 and 8 only of SAFE's potential rebuttal cross number 20. Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Chair Brawley.
Sir. Let's see. Well, we've got public staff. We're close to 5, getting close to 5 o'clock. Do y'all need the whole 20?
I was expecting to use something approaching 20 minutes. Chair, I don't think I can get it done in 5, even
Oh,
on my
well, I
best
tell you
try.
what. Let me get in the side. Kayleen? Okay. All right, let's go ahead with public staff.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to be efficient, but have quite a few topics to cover. Mr. Tate, Mr. Stillman, welcome back. I want to pick up, I think, first with kind of where we left the discussion when we finished our cross on your direct testimony. We had a back and forth about load being dynamic and the possibility that either delays or cancellations of ESAs for, just a few large load customers could affect or modify NTAP resource selections. Do you remember that kind of topic of back and forth that we had?
I remember the dynamic conversation, yes.
Sure, thank you. And so as we sit here today now with your rebuttal testimony and the rebuttal load forecast that was provided, that had substantial customer and megawatt additions, I want to sort of revisit that topic again. And so would you agree with me that when you have a very large individual customer, compared, I'll give you numbers. So 1,000 megawatt customer in as compared to a 100 megawatt customer. A delay or a cancellation of that larger 1,000 megawatt customer has an even greater effect on the NTAP. Would you agree with that?
I'd have to understand what the delay was, because the way we discount that, the 1,000 megawatt customer, for example, we would have assumed 250 megawatts would not have shown up. For the 100 megawatt customer, we would have assumed 25 megawatts wouldn't have shown up because of the way we discounted them before we put them in the portfolio.
My understanding was that you did not discount the load associated with assigned DSA for the terms of purposes of a load forecast.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say ESA.
Okay.
So
Sorry,
that was my fault.
Nope, that was probably on me. So I'll start over. Let's actually be more specific. So in terms of a cancellation of a 1,000 megawatt customer who signed an ESA, the effect that that would have on resource selection is substantially larger than the cancellation of a smaller 100 megawatt ESA customer. Would you agree with that?
I agree with the premise of it. I'd have to look at the portfolio. I don't remember there being anything that large in the ESA category in the 2025 portfolio.
Okay. Or in any of the, I'll leave that alone. I think as long as you agree with the principle of it. Do I have that right? You agree with the principle?
With the way we discounted it, yes.
And again, we're not talking about discounts for ESAs.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I meant by saying the way
All
we
right.
discounted the portfolio.
All right. Well, I'm going to move on from that topic. I think in terms of you both, I think at various points, both in your testimony and today, have talked about sort of, well, I guess maybe Mr. Tate, this question's more directed to you, but we've talked about guardrails contained in letter agreements and ESA contracts that offer protections for customers, and Duke's customers and for Duke. Is that a fair sort of characterization of what's in the LAs and ESAs?
Yes.
Are there any other guardrails or protections that would protect Duke's ratepayers that are not contained in the LA and the ESA that you're aware of?
Yeah, I think if you look at the full suite of guardrails, you have to start with our intake process, which I've referenced in direct testimony, that it's had a culling effect on the volume of large load customers. Our intake process has allowed us to identify projects that are exhibit readiness milestones and have the most likelihood of success. Those requirements include a customer information form, detailed load ramp, includes a site control affidavit so that we have verification that the project owns or controls the real estate they're proposing to utilize. It includes a zoning verification letter from the local unit of government with zoning responsibilities. And it has to state that the intended use is by right or that a rezoning process has been initiated. And if it's a 100 megawatt plus project, there's a $100,000 non-refundable study fee. Together, those intake requirements also act as guardrails for the process as a whole.
Okay, and those sort of early on steps that you're talking about are sort of guardrails for customers coming on to Duke's system and starting to take service with Duke's system. Is that kind of fair?
Those guardrails that I just referenced are exclusive really to what I would call a prospective customer who's requested a study. So long before they've approached a contract for construction or energization.
All right, fair. And now I kind of want to think about it in terms of sort of the back end protections, customers either leaving the system or greatly reducing their demands. Is it fair to say that the only guardrails that sort of protect ratepayers for those sort of back end risks are in the ESA and the LA and nowhere else?
They're located in the letter agreement and the ESA. That's correct.
Okay. But those are sort of the only guardrails that are designed to protect against customers leaving the system or reducing their demand, like towards the back end of their.
Anything that we would utilize to protect against termination or a load not materializing would be reflected in our contracts.
Okay, thanks for that. In public staff, Fahey and Thomas pre-filed direct testimony, there was a recommendation made for an alternate method of load forecasting for specific to industrial class loads to avoid double counting. And in your rebuttal testimony on page 24, line 20, you offer a Q&A explaining your rationale for why that is not needed. Did I sum up that disagreement correctly?
Yes.
And I've heard some of the back and forth, Mr. Stillman, that you've had with some intervener attorneys today about the topic of double counting. So I want to ask you sort of two questions on that point. Wouldn't any opportunity to improve a load forecast be meaningful and helpful to an electric utility to better serve its customers?
We look to improve our forecasts every year. Yes.
All right. And if there's an improvement to the process, you'd be willing to consider it and accept it?
Yes.
All right. And I know that you've expressed a high degree of confidence that that industrial load double counting is not an issue, that it's being accounted for in current practices. So can you quantify the extent of double counting that you're removing from the load forecast through your current methods?
I'm not sure how you would quantify such a thing because, again, we looked at a number of things and we're just talking about the industrial load because we know without any doubt that any double counting of data centers has been addressed. So you know, that's we've taken care of that completely. We feel like we've taken care of not double counting the industrials also because of many things. And one of those is that we've already applied a discount. Again, the 2025 portfolio in total was discounted about 23%. We're not including in the economic development portfolio projects that are less than 20 megawatts. And there's a pipeline that are primarily industrial customers that make that up. So we feel that some of that industrial production indice that is brought up in the public staff testimony may be indicating some of that growth, but it also may be indicating some growth off of a lower industrial base. I think the comparison that was made was the industrial production indice from what was used in the SPA to what was used in the 2025 IRP, CPIRP, and the industrial load has gone down since over those 2 years. So you would theoretically have a higher growth rate just to get back to where you were initially.
And so I appreciate that you have a high degree of confidence that a double counting of industrial load is not occurring because of your methods, but you're not able to quantify how much your methods are removing kind of in a comparison between multiple methods. You can't quantify how much of that is being removed from the forecast. Between the base econometric and sort of the advanced or the economic development forecasts on top of that, I think that's kind of where the concern is. So you can't quantify, kind of comparing the two, how much you're removing when you add both those together.
I think I can quantify that because again, we could look at the projects that are below 20 megawatts that have been signed over some period of time. And recognize that we did not add that to the portfolio, but that is coming into our industrial sales. So we know that that's happening. So we can essentially look in the rearview mirror to understand if we feel comfortable that we've not double counted.
Okay, but that sort of analysis to sort of confirm that the double counting was not occurring, was not included in your rebuttal testimony on this point. Is that right?
We have to start seeing some of these companies ramp up.
Okay. All right, I wanted to move on. Witness Fahey makes another recommendation that you all responded to in your rebuttal testimony. This is on, so you can get oriented to it, is on page 26, line 15. And you disagreed with Witness Fahey's recommendation to provide an annual update to the load forecast outside of the CPIRP. And then I'm paraphrasing, but sort of that's where that discussion occurs. Is that right?
That is true, yes.
Okay, and I think you've confirmed this earlier today, but I just want to sort of make sure we have the topic crystal clear. Currently, the company produces a load forecast every 6 months. Is that correct?
That is a true statement.
Okay, and this is a load forecast that's like a true load forecast, not sort of the economic development update that's filed in the sub 208A docket.
We do the two at the same time, or
Okay.
roughly the same time. One's an input to the other, yes.
So essentially filing, accepting witness Fahey's recommendation would only be essentially filing, the most recent update with the commission. I mean, you have it, it would just be filing it. That's all that it would take to comply with his recommendation.
So we did provide the fall update, and I think in witness Fahey's testimony, he shows the difference. There's an exhibit where he shows our fall update forecast compared to our spring update forecast, and that there was really very little change between the two. So, take that a step forward. We also noticed or also provided in the semi-annual update that the economic development portfolio did not change very much. So right now is both the exhibit on page 26 of my rebuttal and page 20, they're both labeled figure 3 on 26 and 27 of my of our rebuttal testimony, shows that really the item that is moving the forecast right now is the economic development portfolio. And we do supply that twice a year. So to me, I think that is a good indication of where the forecast is going. And so we see that twice a year.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you about the economic development portion being a larger driver, but isn't it fair to say that while there's changes in the load forecast every 6 months, I think the fall load forecast showed a slight drop in load kind of in the near term. Is that right? Wouldn't that be important for folks to see?
I'd have to go back to the exhibit or the figure that was in the public staff testimony, but I think it was, I think it moved back and forth a little bit. I don't think it was in one direction the whole time.
Fair. And I think you're right that'll be sort of where to find the evidence on that point. I'm glad you mentioned, though, the comparison that Mr. Fahey made reference to the load forecast that he referenced in his testimony. But so in Duke's rebuttal case, when they updated their load forecast, which I think some of their witnesses have called the rebuttal load forecast, there was the update to the economic development portion of that forecast, but the companies did not undertake to update the spring 2025 load forecast portion with the fall 2025 load forecast portion, even though it existed. Is that correct? Essentially, you used the base forecast and all you did was update the economic development portion, but when a more recent update existed. That's my question.
More recent update did not exist at the time. We were working through the spring update. The economic development portfolio is an input to the spring forecast. So we were still working through the development of the spring forecast when that request came in.
But at the time that this was filed in April 2026, the fall 25 load forecast did exist, and that was not updated to take the place of the spring 25 forecast. Is that correct?
When you say it was not updated to take the place, I don't know that I know what you mean.
I only mean it to say that the spring load forecast, the spring 2025 load forecast was updated in the fall of 2025. The fall represented a new load forecast.
Yes.
And then when the company filed the rebuttal load forecast, it did not use the fall 25 forecast as like plus the economic additions. It just relied on the original filed base forecast. That's what I'm saying is there's an update that existed, but it wasn't used.
Yes, and the reason for that was all of the files and all of the backup that supported the information that we turned over to you all was from the spring 2025 forecast. What we had available at the time was the change in the economic development portfolio in the spring of 26 compared to the spring of 25. So we thought what would be the most indicative of where the forecast was going was to use the spring update, especially because the fall update didn't really change very much, but use the spring update and layer on top of that the change or the updated economic development portfolio.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so in the load growth environment that we're in, where it's been described as dynamic, where forecasts can change, as you know, in the testimony cycle of a docket, it would be helpful, wouldn't it, for all parties, including the commission, the public staff, interveners, as well as the utility, to have access to the most up-to-date forecast information, and allowing that to be filed in a docket as an update would enable those parties to have access to that information. Is that correct?
I guess what I think about that is the forecast does not really change very much run to run. The base forecast does not change very much run to run. And we proved that with the fall, when you compare the fall 25 to the spring 25. The two had small differences. It was not any material difference whatsoever. So what is driving changes in the forecast right now is the change in the economic development portfolio. And the best indicator to that, or to what we are seeing, is our semi-annual update. To me, I think that is very indicative of where the forecast is going.
In your rebuttal testimony, you also disagreed with witness Fahey's recommendation. This is on page 28, line 20 of your testimony. You disagreed with his recommendation to update the electricity cost inputs in the econometric model to essentially reflect what we would expect to be increasing costs of electricity, year after year. Do I have that disagreement correct?
So I think the recommendation from the public staff was, for example, in the high case, to change the price elasticity impact, or the price impact that goes into our models to capture that price elasticity impact. I think both Mr. Fahey and we agree that price elasticity is a small part of the equation. Generally speaking, if prices change 10%, you'll see there's a 1 to 10 ratio, put it that way. So if a price was to change by 10%, like I said, the forecast might change by 1%, something like that. I think what I disagree with the most is that when we look at the high, low, and base cases, it's not going to cause, by changing that one variable, we could change 100 variables as we develop those forecasts. But what we're trying to do is to isolate the 3 or 4 or 5 major things that could cause us to veer from the base forecast to a high or a low scenario, as opposed to, rerunning an entire forecast with every single input changed.
And yeah, I appreciate that's your assessment, that it's not meaningful, but I know that we confirmed earlier that you're open to improvements to anything that can be done to the load forecast. And if this recommendation could improve the load forecast, even on the edges, wouldn't you agree with me that any improvements we can make to make the forecast more accurate in this sort of resource constrained environment that we're in, wouldn't that be meaningful? Wouldn't that be important?
So as I understand the recommendation, it's not making any changes to our base forecast, so that it wouldn't change the moderate or the advancing development forecast. What it would do would toggle very slightly the high or the low. So those are put in there as ranges, so we can understand ranges of possibilities. I don't think that it would have a significant effect to those ranges.
Mr. Silman, on a 35 gigawatt system, even a 1% change could have a meaningful impact. Is that right?
Again, remember I said that the approximate ratio is like a 10 to 1 type thing. So that would mean that there would have to be substantially higher prices put into that high scenario in order to get the 1% change.
Okay. Are you familiar with the percentage of rate increases that Duke Carolinas and Progress are asking for in the currently pending rate case?
I saw it in the testimony, yes.
It's subject to check. Is the ask greater than 10% over the course of the MYRP?
I think in that, you say over the course, so that's over 3 years.
It's 2 years in this case.
Okay, 2 years. So that's over time. And, you know, what, in our base forecast, we do, bring in a level of change. So, you know, I don't, again, I don't think that it would make much of a difference. Um,
That's fair. I understand reasonable minds can vary. I think to sort of confirm the idea that drastic rate increases are causing customers to alter their billing, you know, their consumption habits. Have you been to public witness hearings recently or read consumer statements of position filed where consumers sort of indicate that they are modifying their usage habits in result of or as a result of rate increases?
yes, I've seen that. I've read that. And again, in our base case, we are picking up a projected level of price change. So that is embedded into our moderate and advancing development. Again, if I go back to what I believe the recommendation was, it was in the high case, try to identify what the price difference might be between the advancing development and the high and toggle that.
Chair Brawley, I think I'm getting close to the end. I don't want to leave a question. If you bear with me just for a moment, I think I might be able to wrap it up.
I appreciate you raising that, because we have run over a bit. Go ahead.
Okay, I got it. All right. I think this would be my last question, Chairman. Thank you. Appreciate that. I wasn't aware. Didn't want to keep us too far after. I'm not sure which of you would please feel free, either one of you, to respond to this question. But I think in your opening statement from the stand this afternoon, I think it was you, Mr. Tate, you referred to checks and balances to protect system reliability. Did I sort of have that right? That you guys were implementing checks and balances?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this is something that was covered with Mr. Quinn, but I do want to make sure that we have it have a chance to cover it with you as well. So are you aware that Duke's as a result of the rebuttal load that Duke introduced in its rebuttal testimony, the NTAP proposed by Duke in this case went from a 1 in 10 loss of load expectation to a 3 in 10 loss of load expectation? Are you aware of that?
I don't think I'm the right person to respond to that. I think we've got an IRP NTAP panel that should be directed to.
Okay, well, would you accept it subject to check that is where we're at in terms of the NTAP that's been proposed by Duke, and you've testified that you want to maintain and protect reliability?
I've testified that the system that we employ through our large load queue process ensures system reliability.
Okay. Can you tell me what check or balance was followed to allow that 1 in 10 LOLE to slide to a 3 in 10 LOLE?
You'd have to direct
Objection.
that, correct?
I mean, he's already said that he's not the right witness for these
I believe
reliability question.
he's testified that he has implemented checks and balances on economic development load that his team is responsible for
He's
signing, and that I'd like to know which check or balance was followed to allow that.
I think it would be appropriate for him to say which individual on the team that he identified that is responsible for implementing that checks and balance. He can testify to that, but he's said that he's not an expert in reliability, and that the companies have pulled together a group of folks who are.
Chair, this is not a question about reliability. It's about a question to ensure these witnesses have said that they have checks and balances in place, that when they sign the load, it maintains the reliability. I'd like to know what checks and balances were followed in the load that they've signed in the rebuttal load that got us where we're at today.
Sir, I understand the question you're asking, but he has said he can't answer it and is referring you to someone who can.
Okay. One last question. I'll withdraw that question then.
Okay.
Can you identify the checks and balances that you've referred to in your opening statement?
Yes, and I've talked about those We've talked about those in the large load technical conference last fall. We've talked about those in testimony, talked about those today. And I've been specific in sharing that there's a cross-functional team inside of Duke Energy with experts from a variety of different teams across the company that look at, on a weekly basis, large load projects as they advance through the queue. And that, to be specific, as it relates to system reliability, the generation capacity evaluation is performed on each project. And that generation capacity evaluation has the potential to influence or impact the load ramp that we're willing to commit to. And it's not uncommon for those evaluations, transmission infrastructure and generation capacity, to alter customers' load ramp as compared to what they've requested.
And with the risk of the last one, as you signed this economic development load, or your team did, you were assured that you could meet and serve the load that you signed. Is that correct?
Prior to executing a contract, we have performed multiple evaluations that ensure that we're comfortable making that commitment to serve.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No further questions, Chairman. I appreciate the indulgence for the last couple minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Felling. At this point, we'll go ahead and adjourn for the day. Duke, if you've got redirect, let's do it in the morning. For planning purposes, we are 9:30 to 1 tomorrow. There will not be a staff conference nor executive conference on Monday, so we will resume this hearing at 9:30 on Monday. At this point, we're adjourned. I'll see you in the morning.